Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. We're actually still in the council meeting of Monday, the 12th of February. We started at 9 o'clock yesterday morning and had a council meeting and then went into the hearings. So we're continuing on with that. Hearing submissions on the 2024 to 2034 long-term plan. Just be aware that this meeting is being live streamed. There's little things up here on the table, but I think we've moved the tables close enough now that we don't need microphones unless you've got a particularly soft voice, and your little microphones on the table will record that, so that people can go in and you know they have already to have a look at the video because it's available on YouTube. So just remember to speak clearly. And can I remind people to turn their mobile phones either off or onto silent while we do this little embarrassing when the phone goes off in the middle of the submission. So first up we have Ian Glover from Mount Mahere Aquatic Centre to talk to us. It's all of you, yes, I thought it might be. We received your presentation last night. Oh, okay. If you can speak into the microphone.
Sure.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
So, kia ora, my name's Donald Boyle and I'm along with Adi Vanderbeek, Bevan Woods and Ian Glover. Thank you for allowing us to provide some verbal commentary around our submission. Mount Maunganui Aquatic Centre Trust was established in 2011 with the vision to upgrade and promote the Mount Maunganui College swimming pool. In 2013, we presented a proposal to the then Mayor Stuart Crosby, along with Bay Venues, our proposal to put in a 51 metre by 25 metre pool in the existing area to the tune of about $10 million. At that meeting, we were well received. However, the advice we received from that was the council had plans to develop Bay Wave very soon, and wouldn't be good for the community to have two bodies out there looking for community funding, and they asked us to set our proposal aside. We reluctantly put that to one side and went ahead and then heated the college pool, which was only operating 6 months a year, heated it to allow us to operate outdoors 12 months of the year. Since then, we've gone on and been very successful, and the wider community has used that with the shortage of aquatic space. So the relationship there with the college and the trust has been well established and continuing going today. I'll pass over to Adi here to my right, and Adi will give you a little bit more detail around the relationships.
Thank you, Donald. Kia ora koutou.
Use the microphone. We can't hear online.
It's switched on now? Thank you. So my background is that I'm a retired Deputy Principal from Mount Maunganui College and have been on the Trust for the duration of the Trust. I'd like to speak briefly about the relationship between the school and the Trust and also the advantage of the site. So the school...
Just be aware, you've only got 5 minutes.
Yes, I will
I'll give you a warning at 1.
Yep.
If you really want to hear about your top proposal.
Yep. So the school strongly supports the proposal, as does the ministry. Ministry documents state quite clearly that school pools should be, wherever you're going to redevelop it, look at involving community groups as well as working with council. Yep. So the school board has been right behind us on our journey so far. The location of the Mount College pool is ideal in that it's right on Maunganui Road, so public access is not a problem. The college has recently built an 85-space car park adjacent to the pool, and as you all know, any public facility where you're going to park the cars is a major issue. So that is there. We also have Macville Park on our other boundary, on our northwest boundary, and there's parking available there as well. The parking spaces are used during the school time, and when school finishes, they're vacant. And that's the time the pool will become available for the community. The use of the pool has grown to such a degree that we're now running at maximum capacity, but we also have a problem where we have our infrastructure is now past its use-by date. And so that is the conundrum we face, whether we throw money at trying to patch something or we take advantage of this golden opportunity we have at this point in time. I'll pass you over to Bevan.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I was sitting there pricing up the patch-up job for the Mount Maunganui College pool, and they tied up with the pool deck and common fence with Macville Park, and had somewhat of a light bulb moment. Are we going to spend 1.7 mil and still have a pool past its 50-year lifetime? A pool that still needs regular maintenance, painting and crack repair? But a pool that's still limited on lane space and not catering for other sports due to its lack of depth. I thought if we go new, we can go from 6 lanes to 10 lanes and operate more hours per day through better heating. We can go to 10,000 users per year. From where we're at now, we can accommodate many more pool sports and activities, and we can now comply with filtration regulations and have our pool water filtered every 2 hours, not every 10 hours. Yep. We are struggling with water quality issues at present, and the pool is at tipping point. We sincerely hope to gain your support and maintain this valuable asset to the Tauranga Aquatic Pool Network. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I've got 20 seconds. Okay. Just a little bit of background. I was born in the Mount 58 years ago. I was the first lifeguard at the Mount College Pool, and now 56 years now we've got this joint venture, and we want to pay back the community for the next 50 years. So I gave you that proposal last night, which really goes into a little bit of detail. I didn't want to speak again. We just hope we can give Tauranga City the opportunity for us to show our model and how efficient it is. Thanks very much for listening to us.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We only had 5 minutes. But can I ask, have you been working with staff up to this point?
Staff of the school?
No,
No,
our
council.
staff.
Oh, council.
staff.
Definitely. Had an hour and a half phone call from somebody at Bay Venues, as well as Emma Joyce. I've been talking to her quite a lot. So definitely, we could show they're interested in our model, how we can do it so cheaply, and we can because we've proved ourselves already.
All right.
Thanks very
Thank
much.
you very much. We appreciate you coming along. We've got your submission and we've got your presentation. So we will take care of that.
Thanks very much.
Cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We're going to be here for something like 8 hours to use a microphone. It's really uncomfortable. Okay. Jade, sorry.
That's right. Do I need a microphone? Oh, there it is there.
Yep.
We do.
I do.
So you've got 5 minutes. I'll
Yep.
give you a warning of 1.
Okay, sure. You have my proposal in front of you, as well as the other one the submission originally as well. So I'll just make this short and get onto this piece, and I'll say when I had that as a slide presentation, so I can say this is where slide 1 would come out. That helps. Okay. Today we're going to embark on a short journey through the world of regional film offices and the remarkable benefits of a screen incentive. We may not have Sir Peter Jackson or James Cameron gracing our backyard, but we have something even better. A diverse array of breathtaking locations and incomparable talent like writer-director James Ashcroft and actor-producer Cliff Curtis. We're currently an emerging film destination, but we are progressing towards maturity at an impressive rate. So what exactly does a film office do? We're the ones behind the scenes working to ensure the productions filming have everything they need to succeed, from securing permits to scouting locations, education on filming process, iwi introductions, sourcing local caterers, accommodation, coordinating logistics to liaise with local talent, and funding proposals and presentations. We do it all, and then some. Slide 1. Now let's talk about the real game changer, the screen incentive. We would be the first region in the North Island to offer a screen incentive. It's not just about enticing screen media professionals with financial perks, although that certainly helps. It's about showcasing the true potential of our region and enticing productions to choose us as their backdrop. The Screen Canterbury incentive, which I think is in the proposal, so you should have some detail on that, has had a 77% increase of filming in their region since they introduced that. Slide 2. Topol led the way with an incentive test case last year, and we now want to expand on this by bringing Tauranga in. The return on investment of the Topol incentive was an impressive 17% for an investment of $50,000. And here's the kicker, it doesn't even take into account the future tourism opportunities that await. Slide 3. We don't have to imagine the influx of visitors drawn to a region because when a production shoots here. Matamata was a drive-through town, until Lord of the Rings. Now it's a destination town offering set tours, Hobbiton banquets, International Hobbit Day, and most recently a halfling marathon, who knew? It's a prime example of how a film can have a long-lasting financial effect for a community. And just for a note there, Lord of the Rings was first released 20 years ago and they're still reaping the benefits from that tourism. Film-induced tourism creates great job opportunities within the hospitality and tourism sectors, contributing to overall economic growth. Film tourism serves as a valuable economic driver, stimulating local economies and fostering sustainable growth in communities. Slide 4. The screen incentive is a separate item from operational funding. Operational funding allows us to continue as is. A screen incentive allows the region to be put on the global map for production opportunities. The goal is to have all councils in the Bay adding to the incentive to make the overall package more enticing, meaning no matter where the production is shooting in the Bay, the community can benefit. It's about collaboration, it's about economic growth for community, and it's about showcasing the best of what our region has to offer. Unlike Forrest Gump's box of chocolates, we do know what we're getting because we live here. Filming in the regions is a tad more expensive, which is why a screen incentive is imperative, but the benefit of the regions is that at the end of the shooting day, cast and crew can easily get to one of the many beaches for surf sessions or a walk to the top of an extinct volcano, go whitewater rafting, and enjoy some of the best culinary experiences. We want to get our community busy creating, busy living in their own backyard, not sitting in an Auckland hotel missing their family, busy promoting our region as a place where some of the best films or TV series can be made, a place to visit for holiday because of these films, a place to visit because they worked here and want to bring their families back, a place to move to because of the ease of business and lifestyle. Talk about an attraction piece. As we navigate through the world of regional screen production, remember this, we don't need the glitz and glamour of Hollywood. We have sun, sea and a screen incentive. Hollywood and all the other big players will come calling if we can entice them. I think I got close to 5 minutes.
Very, very good. So we did talk about this last year, I think we got 50,000, but you're asking this time for 250,000.
Yeah, yes, that's correct, over a year and then over the 3-year period. But that wouldn't just service one production, that would be, we have applications or people who come in, which is how Screen Canterbury do it. They go, we've already got this much funding, but to come to your region we just need a little bit more because we're coming out of the main centres like Auckland or Wellington, and then they then spread it across the bay, depending on where they're filming. So if they filmed in Tauranga, then and they wanted 5 days here and 5 days in Rotorua and 5 days in Taupo, then they could tap into each incentive that those regions have, so they pull a percentage from it.
All right.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, in terms
Yep.
of the funding,
Yep.
seeking the total of 395.
Yep.
So does that fall over the whole Bay of Plenty region or just specifically from a Tauranga?
Specifically from Tauranga. So currently the breakdown, Tauranga gives us 100k for operational funding. So the additional would be to support the administration of running the incentive, which means we bring in professionals from the screen industry to help pick, so we're not, biased about who gets selected. And then the incentive is based on, we would aim to have, depending on the size of the production, on how much you give to, it's all about the economic gain really. So the bigger the production, the bigger the spend, the more they might be able to tap into that incentive. But it's just specifically for Tauranga, that one.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over so quick.
Emma. Emma Jones from PVN.
She had to, I didn't actually know she was in there, but she had to suddenly go off to Sydney.
Okay.
So she's gone to Sydney this week.
Okay, so Kenneth Coosa. Next. No? Michael Carter? Mikhail? Oh, sorry.
It's all right. I get it all the time.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. So when children say to their parents, why did you call me?
Yeah, I've been saying it for 40 years, so I don't think it's going to get me anywhere, to be honest.
Welcome.
Thank you, kia ora. I represent Bay of Plenty and Western Bay of Plenty Cricket, who are the regional sporting organisations who govern almost all organised cricket in the Tauranga region, which is servicing thousands of participants from a broad spectrum of socio-economic and cultural backgrounds. And I am here to speak to the proposal regarding sports field and facilities user fees. I'd like to implore the Commissioners and Council to thoroughly reconsider the process that led to this proposal and the impact and outcomes for the community if the proposal were to succeed. Throughout the LTP consultation process, it became abundantly obvious that the user fees proposal was developed without the understanding and necessary investigation required to make it at all feasible or sensible. To illustrate my point, I ask that the Council remind themselves why sports fields and facilities exist at all. They need to be used, and when well used, they encourage physical health, mental health, belonging, inclusion and contribution for our people and community. When TCC's visions for the people of its city is to, and I quote, have a sense of belonging and kinship, participate in a full life, and build strong and connected neighbourhoods, it is easy to see and should never be forgotten the importance of open space for activities such as sports and the place of clubs and organisations that facilitate this. To lose sight of this will come at an immense social cost, but also a material cost, as the potential trickle-down effects to healthcare, crime and education could materialise in a disengaged, inactive community. But there isn't any doubt that installing, maintaining and upgrading sports fields and facilities costs money. Our desire is that the Council prioritise their knowledge and understanding of what is currently being provided, what needs to happen in the future, how this can be achieved, and by whom in the most efficient and cost-effective way possible. We honestly believe Council have demonstrated that they lack awareness and don't know the answers to these important questions, yet are only too happy to claim that revenue is required, the user should generate this, thus prompting the hours and hours of volunteer time spent in submissions and hearing statements beseeching you to think differently. To put it very plainly, currently the council spends hundreds of thousands of dollars contracting a large profit-driven company to do work that you now want the average Tauranga sports field user and volunteer-run sports club to pay for, without any accountability for the service and standard we receive, and without any consideration to the revenue that our code already generates for this city. If, and only if, a thorough process determined that the sports field user should financially contribute to the costs of fields and facilities, the council needs to understand exactly how these community groups operate, what they are trying to achieve, what challenges they face, and what is actually operationally and financially possible for them to contribute without being catastrophic to the bottom line, which is ultimately the reason why this discussion exists in the first place. You cannot ask people for money they don't have. The only outcome of the current proposal is for organised sports field users not to pay. And if they don't pay and can't play, what is the point of having the sports fields in the first place? What is the point of paying to install, maintain and upgrade them if they can't be used in a productive way? And vice versa, how will you pay for it if organised sports groups don't exist? These are not exaggerations, but is the absolute nonsensical reality of the proposal as it stands. Please take the necessary time and energy to get this right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Kathy Webb. Is Kathy here? No? Claudia West?
Yep.
Come on up. So you've got 5 minutes, I'll give you a warning of 1. And if you could please use the microphone.
Tēnā koutou koutua, Kate Barry Pacino appearing with Claudia West on behalf of Mount Business Association, also known colloquially as Mount Main Street. Just to summarise matters that Claudia has outlined in our submission, we've just briefly touched on the industrial rate and the smart growth variable road pricing. We'll leave those two and focus on some of the things that are pertinent exactly to Mount Main Street. The street dining and the policy around that, there hasn't been a specific user charge around that, but we just want to note that it is an area that's complex and it is different between the various main streets because of the size of the footpaths and because of the nature of the numbers of people, pedestrians obviously, and the heaving nature of the summer throngs up and down the Mount. We would like there to be a revisit of that policy to more practically engage in what are the issues. And we acknowledge that there are safety issues around needing to have a minimum 1 metre space that's safe for all people to walk through, particularly elderly or for accessibility purposes. And then there's an element to which there is an acceptance that there should be a charge, but it's looking at that in an equitable manner across all the different nature of who might use that public space, whether it's hospitality or whether it's retail or otherwise. We don't want to reinvent the wheel here. We think that there's some good examples in other cities, and we just would like to submit to the council that more work needs to be done to make this be practical and fair on all of our Main Street members. In terms of events at the Mount, Claudia set out some of the issues around that, and one of the things that we'd like to discuss is Coronation Park. And part of Coronation Park is looking at opportunities. Now, the council engaged with ourselves, we were discussing, I think that was December 2022, about looking at some future changes to that to make that a better space that's more attractive. We've worked with council really productively, and we know that Guy Prothero is taking that area over, but we haven't had that feedback as to where has it got to. And I think we just want to reiterate to the council that we are key stakeholders, and we don't want to be just a tick the box consultation exercise early in the piece and then the council staff disappear and we don't hear from them until something's announced. We want to be at the table along through that process, giving feedback and seeing what happens. And I just want to highlight there, I'm involved with Mount Business Association with Jane Groves in the Stormwater area with the Mount North. And you know, some of those discussions are, do they use open space, similar to in Papamoa? And that's a really great idea and something that we'd like some further conversations on. But she didn't realise that there was also discussions with the Reserves Department about urban development of, well, you know, a revisit of Coronation, and the two could work together. And again, it's making sure that council staff divisions aren't in silos, that those conversations are with us at the table to look at best outcomes for everyone. Safety and security, we just want to acknowledge Paul Mason's been doing a fantastic job of working with us. It has been an area that since COVID has been difficult, with some of the social housing now taking over the hotels down there, and what's that meant, additional crime, tenants dealing with all those issues, and we just want to continue the work that's carried on with the police and with TCC and making sure that this is something that we continue that investment in. And a part of that, we'd like the council to look at the potential for street ambassadors to be funded over a short period. And that would mean over the peak summer, just having that more on the street, dealing with the issues and having that preventative, a bit like the community constables used to be in the police. We think that there's a need for that within the Mount area over that peak summer period. Similarly with parking, I suppose that would almost, it ties into managing what is a really peak season, and just on that we just want to applaud the council on getting that coastal walkway through. It's been a fantastic asset to the Mount and bringing people in and seeing everyone enjoying the Mount. It's been wonderful, and we think you've done a fantastic job there. Just key takeaways in terms of funding, that would be again, we'd like there to be a commitment to a funding report about looking at the service lanes. We've raised this with the staff. We'd like to see those be more of a pedestrian walkway to take that pressure off and to make those safer spaces. There's a number of crime issues, accidents that have occurred in that space, and we'd like those service lanes to be more attractive and be used to spread the pedestrian walkability and the commercial area. The final thing I just want to touch on is in relation to finding out that our city centre is going from 12 metres to 22 without any consultation with our members before it gets found out through the Plan Change 33 process. Very unhappy about that. We've had to fund our own experts to get involved with that after the fact, and that's not the way we want to have a relationship with council. Thanks.
Thank you. Coronation Park, we haven't seen anything, so it's not as if it's, there's a lot happening that you don't know about, because we don't know about it either if it is, but take the point.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so Kathy is here. If Kathy would like to come up, come on up, Kathy. Okay, so look, you've got 5 minutes.
Yep.
I'll give you a warning at 1, and if you could please use the microphone because this is being taped. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Kathy Webb. I'm the Chair of Neighbourhoods, Western Bay Plenty Neighbourhood Support, and this is my colleague
Oh, Mike Mills. Hello again.
Oh, okay. So we're just here because, I mean, you all know, I know you know, about neighbourhood support, and our organisation really is the only one that totally focuses on growing networks of neighbours who live side by side and are in very good position to help one another in times of stress and disaster as well. We're the ones who can operate immediately as required, and we do. And so we aim to achieve safe, resilient and connected communities, one street at a time, one neighbour at a time. So we're really particularly and want to talk in support of your action investment programs. So Mike's the one to do that.
Oh, good afternoon. In particular, we want to support the Safer Communities Action and Investment Plan, which we fully support, and want us to make sure that it's properly resourced and funded to be delivered. I mean, a plan is fine, but without the resource to support it, it'll sit on a shelf. In particular, neighbourhood support connects with Section 4, which is around safe neighbourhoods. It connects with Section 6, which is around safety agencies working together. And it also connects with Section 8, which is talking about the measures of success. And I'll come back to that in a moment. I just want to draw your attention to in our submission to a case study that we included, where we ran an event out in Papamoa on Sirens and Services, Koha Ice Cream Day. It must have been the wettest day on record. Unbelievable torrent, but 12 to 1,500 people from the community came and supported that event together with a wide range of community safety agencies. We were funded by council for that event, and we're now in discussion with community development about continuing those events around the city, which again is consistent with the Action and Investment Plan. I just want to mention one last thing, is that we are now working closely with Social Link and their Community Insights division, where we're actually for the first time have spatially mapped where all our members are around the city. So we've got very clear ideas of where we have a presence and where we don't. And when we lay that alongside of other data, like police crime data, social deprivation statistics, and all that kind of information, we're getting a much clearer picture of where we are, where we can be most effective, and where we need to be growing, and so on. So I guess the key messages from us are fund the Action Investment Plan, and secondly, support the partnership between us as neighbourhood support and with council to achieve the key objectives in that plan. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all. And yeah, I reiterate what Mike's just said. So together we can do good things.
Well, thank you very much. And we know you're volunteers, and we know that you work pretty hard and you have a great network, and it's good to hear that you are working with the council. I'd have to say on behalf of my colleagues, we did call them action and investment plans for exactly that reason. You can have the best action plan in the world if you don't put the money into it. Then it doesn't happen, but it doesn't need to be all council money either, as you'll see through the plans. But look, thanks very much for coming and reminding us of the good work that you do.
Sorry, Anna, sorry.
You got a question? Yeah, sorry.
Just a quick one. Working with our community development team, and we launched or relaunched the vital updates. So the mapping that you've done, that would be integrated into
We'll be talking with them about that. They're really great, because I was looking at my own little neighbourhood this morning online. So, really interesting work, and we have consulted that as well. So okay. Yeah, we can work together on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have Chris Toms? Chris come in? No? Nice to be told if people are coming in or not. Okay, Heidi, I know you're there. So welcome. You've got the routine. You know, you've got 5
Yes,
minutes.
I do.
And I'll
Yeah, I
give you
do.
a warning at 1.
Is that working? Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, nice. Kia ora everyone. Thank you for having me today. I'm here on behalf of the Wednesday Challenge, just to acknowledge that the Wednesday Challenge is not a community organisation or a charitable trust, so we don't go through the community funding program, and that's why I'm sitting here today. We are you can consider us to be a mode shift consultancy, if that's how you'd like to look at it. So I'll just give you, first I just want to speak to the congestion charge. It's really good to see it here on the LTP. We did, I have made another submission around that, but we are in full support of a congestion charge. We would really like to see, however, that there is a lot of work done around what that looks like for ring fencing funding around ensuring public transport and accessibility for people is part of that program, to be able to mode shift when they can. So the Wednesday Challenge, just briefly, we did a big, broad 2002 project which was hugely engaging across the city. We managed to get 10% of the community actually engaging with the project, which is massive considering that only 5% of the community really mode shifts on a regular basis. The following year, we used all of those resources that we developed in that first year, all of those connections, and managed to maintain an incredible program last year where we had 63 businesses participate. All of the big businesses had teams. I've got the results here. I think Tauranga City Council actually came 4th on the leaderboard. And we did a survey at the end of the year, and 80% of those participating in those businesses teams who completed the survey would like to participate again in this year. We are going to run it for Tauranga regardless, but we need to cover basic costs. And that's what we're coming to see you about. We don't want to lose the momentum that we've gained here. It's now a national program, so we have other cities participating now. So we've managed to really evolve the program into something that's incredibly efficient and incredibly effective in terms of engaging and getting communities to switch out of their single occupancy cars and try other forms of transport. Of our survey that we did, 40% of the participants said that they not only changed on Wednesdays, but they changed other days of the week as well. And that's the whole premise of this, is to actually shift habits over time. So we don't want Tauranga to lose what we've managed, the huge amount of work that everyone has put in over the last 2 years into this project. It's a very small licensing fee that just enables our app to continue, enables us to continue to promote this to the community, and continues to allow all our businesses to participate for free. So that we are also talking to Regional Council about a licence, about them supporting the licence for the schools program, which they supported last year. So if they support a licence for the schools program, then it just doubles down on the results that you can get out of the business. Now, the reason too that we came to Tauranga City Council with the business module is that you have a team who are working on travel demand management in Tauranga City. One of your team members there hasn't been a business team person in their team for the last year. So we haven't had anyone to engagement. So we've really held the fort on engaging with businesses. We'd love to be able to hand over all of our contacts for all of the key people in our businesses to your team leader so that they can continue this work and use it as part of one of the tools in their toolkit to get businesses participating in multimodal change. So thanks for your time, and I'll leave it with that. Thanks.
Thanks, Heidi. Any questions? Yeah, sure.
Sorry, Heidi, just a quick question. So on the 25k contribution, that's for the organisation, like as Tauranga City Council, and for...
Yes, it's for the entire city, all of the businesses in the city to be able to participate in the challenge as businesses. Yeah, so it's kind of a license.
It's a license.
City license.
City license.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Perfect timing. Okay. Right. Where are we? So, okay, so we're running ahead so we can bring them in. Right, is one speaker? Just one speaker. Yeah.
65 businesses.
So that's not bad, is it, buying the app? So they can participate if they want to.
Yeah. I was just saying to Shan, you wonder if the 65 businesses would pay a subscription to support
The licence.
I reckon it would if they were pitched. Based on staff numbers or something.
So, Mr. Jackson, is it?
Yes, it is.
Welcome, welcome. So you've got 5 minutes. I'll give you a warning at 1 minute. And because this is being videotaped, if you could just use the microphone for us, thanks. So when you're ready? Yes, it is.
So I'd like to open with a whakatauki. E hara takutoa e te toa.
Is that recording? Doesn't sound...
We can hear.
That's okay.
I'll start it again. E hara takutoa e te toa takitahu e toa takitini. My strength is not mine alone, but the strength of many. And today we've brought with us a group of our Kaimahi staff and our clients, tangata whaiora from Turning Point Trust. We are one of the longest standing tenants at the historic village. We've been there since about 2000. Occupied many different buildings there in many different states. So the blacksmiths, when it was a leaky building, various ones that have been in sad need of repair. And as you probably know, there was a period where historic village was not maintained at all, particularly by council. And lately, the council have stepped up and spent a whole lot of time and energy and money, clearly, on upgrading the village. From our point of view, the 2020 strategic plan, post that time, there seems to have been a move towards revenue gathering and towards favouring venues over leasable space. So there's a giant white elephant there right now, Complex 2, costing a fortune. There's a smaller white elephant in ours, which has been mothballed, which is the Nissan huts, no longer available for us. Previously, we've also lost 2 other spaces because prioritising where the money's being spent. So that's the first thing, is that leasable space seems to be being sacrificed for groups like us and others there in favour of venues. We don't think that's part of the strategic plan in 2020, follows that particularly well. So again, not favouring community development, particularly over revenue gathering. That's what it looks like to us. The other thing I'd like to say is that we have been part of a village which has grown really organically. It hasn't really been set up and then had tenants and visitors managed into it. It's grown based on the community, what the community needed, used the space. So it's grown into what is today a really vibrant space, full of community groups, multicultural groups, ethnic groups, arts and culture groups. From what we can see, many of them facing the same sort of challenges we are. The proposed rates will have a dramatic impact on us. We don't know if we'll have to leave the village. It's entirely possible. We'd certainly have to cut services at a minimum. It's ironic now that we're on the verge in the village of being able to have all of our spaces in one together. Never had that before, and just on the verge of being able to achieve that, looks like we may not be able to do it, may not even be able to stay there. So, from your point of view as a commission, I think that you've obviously got your big flagship projects that you're spending money on around the Strand, the redevelopment of the city centre, They cost a lot of money. They'll be one of your legacies. This is another legacy that you could leave. It's much smaller, it's niche, it's very much a place where people that don't have a home elsewhere find a place. And many of our tangata whaiora are people who tend to be on the margins of things. Whenever something big comes in, they get pushed out. And I'd invite you as a commission not to do that here, because I think that's what the result will be. You will lose people like us, you will lose people like the men's shed, the groups that support the elderly in our community and seniors. Yeah. So that's 1 minute gone and 1 to go.
1 to go.
Okay. I'm going to hand straight to Tony.
Ai tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. My name's Tani Cook. I'm the Pouwhakahaere with Turning Point Trust, and in support of our General Manager, mana whenua assertion is also something that is really important to our tangata whaiora. For the last 24 years, our tangata whaiora have seen that space as part of their mana whenua assertion, particularly our Māori cohort. And that's increased over the last 6 months with regards to that connection to kōpere rererua, with connection to te tuinga o te whānau, all the other kaupapa Māori spaces around our space to do with wellbeing, coming to a centralised place for tangata whaiora to feel connected, which is really important. If we have to move as a result of these increases, then the fabric of that connection is removed. We start to unpiece the korowai bit by bit. And that korowai that was placed there by people like Peri Kohu, like Hauata Palmer, the pillars of the Māori community here in our township, the fabric that they placed there starts to get removed. Therefore, we've got to explain why, because it was for the benefit of our town that that space be available for well-being, a hub that allows our people to grow and strengthen themselves, which we do every single day. In the last few seconds, Anne, I'd like to say this. We started with the whakatauki, so let's finish with one, which says, mā te kotahi o te hikoi, mā te kotahi o te whakaro, mā te kotahi o te kōrero kāia, ngā mea katoa. Being able to work together collegially, being able to understand each other on a level of resilience and competency will then allow true reality of unity to begin. And that's what we want to ensure comes not just as a legacy that you leave here, but also one that we give to our tangata whaiora in terms of connection to our community and our people for the betterment of this town. And that's what we provide in our space. You or process removes that, then we have to start that korowai again. And therefore, the fabric is turned into something totally different. So again, commissioners and all those present, thank you for your time and giving Turning Point Trust, Te Taiapu Huringa Nui, and our people that we serve the opportunity to address you this afternoon. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Any quick questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Have we got Paul Goodall here? Ah, there he is. Thank you, Paul. Come on up. Welcome. You've heard the spiel, have you?
Yeah, it was very inspiring.
Thank
you very much. Do I have to use the microphone? I'm an ex-school teacher, so
can you? It just depends on whether they can hear. It's all right. Okay. Good. Ex-principal, did you say?
No, just a school teacher.
Just a school teacher.
Primary and intermediate school up in Auckland.
Oh, yes.
In a former life.
Good teachers of voice then.
Yeah. Jones, get over it. Yeah. So thank you for listening to me. My name is Paul Goodall, and I am president of Western Bay of Plenty Softball Association, and I'm here also representing baseball as well. 40 years in the sport. Could I just ask, who's played baseball before, or softball, or even rounders? If you're from England, you probably played rounders once or twice when you were back at school, in the glorious summer that the 2 weeks they have in England. All right. Great family sport. We have kids playing. We have mum and dad playing. We have grandma and granddad, dad, and even the greats playing. Generally, once you start playing baseball and softball as a little one, you generally keep going. So we have a wonderful sport, and we play down at Carlton Reserve in Bellevue, Otamotai. It is an old salt marsh, so we certainly have challenges insofar as getting onto the fields if we've had a particularly wet spring. But however, we've been going 60 years down there, and we've managed to build 2 skin diamonds, and we call skin the ones with the fences around, and a lime infield, and then we've got the grass outfield. We have the 2 of those, and then on the other side of the car park we have a nice lovely open field, although there is some open drains that we have to work around, and we can have 2, 3 or 4 if they're junior diamonds, grass diamonds out over there. So lovely spot. I just happened to be 8 years ago in Auckland looking for a move down to Tauranga and working through the adverts for houses, and I see the park in one of them. Tell my wife, this is a house for us, and we have a house on the hill overlooking the park. So I'm out on my deck, and I quite often look at the park and the activities going on, so I keep an eye on the park as well. Not only the 2 skin diamonds in the grass that we can set up, but we also have the public toilets, and on the side are 2 side rooms that we do use for storage and we do use for meetings and things. So insofar as the council contribution, we get our grass mowed every week or 2 when the mowers can get on there, and we also have usage of the 2 side ones. So insofar as the fees that are being sought from the long-term plan would, thank you, would put in $45,000 additional costs to our sport, would virtually be the killing of it. My total annual working budget is around $20,000. We don't get a lot of grants. It's all mostly from fees, and we would have to relocate. We would have to just find open park spaces to play, so organised sport would just die down. Future, we wanted to build some club rooms there, and that would have to be shelved. The smart trip, which you're also planning, would affect us. We've got a lot of teams coming in from Raeroa and Whakatane, so we're trying to get softball and baseball going in those regions. So those would affect us because they've got costs, travel costs and moving. So I think if that was my time up, thank you for hearing from me. A little minority sport, but we have a heap of fun, and really we're just asking for fair and equitable. We don't mind paying a little bit, but we think that the numbers being quoted is grossly unfair. Thank you for your time.
Any
questions?
Any questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Okay, I can see Nathan there. Yeah. Want to come up? Yep, we're running. Yeah, that was him. That was him.
Running a tight ship, Ken?
Yes, well, you know. It's all going to come wrecked now, is it? You're going to keep talking. So 5 minutes, I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 left.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Kia ora koutou katoa. I'll be very brief and succinct. Happy to take any questions. We have provided a detailed submission, but I think the easiest thing to do is just to refer to our letter, which has the 8 points that we wanted to reinforce. And I'll just go through those in very broad details. I suppose as we've gone through the LTP information, there are quite a bit of information that we either can't decipher or can't determine. So that'd be one of our key messages back to the commissioners and council, is if when they're presenting the information, some of that detail just doesn't exist and there wasn't enough time to have that information exchanged to understand it. So that would be one of our key messages for the panel. In terms of some of the, for example, in particular our efforts, there was some post-LTP funding options for community facilities outside the 10-year plan, but there's no detail on it, so we don't know what that is, as an example.
Yep.
Nice segue into my next point.
Thought it might be.
You asked. Community spaces and facilities. It won't be any surprise to the panel, but we would like to see more balance to the investment of community facilities across the city. We all know that the city is the sum of the parts, and it'd be good to see more of that investment it is acknowledged there has been some investment, and more of that investment out east as the largest growing area of Tauranga at this present point in time. In terms of specifically the growth in our urban area in Wairakei, we feel it's really important to have acknowledged the Sands Town Centre as its true definition, which is a sub-regional centre. I think through some of the other plan change documents, through the city documents, city strategy documents, sometimes it gets lost in the noise a little bit at being regarded as a town centre. It is either a sub-regional centre because of its catch and use and scale, or a metropolitan centre zone. The fourth component is really an extension of the second bit, in that we accept and acknowledge and agree with the revitalisation of the city, but the extent of investment relative to the other areas seems to be a bit imbalanced. We've done some rough calculations based on the information we have, and we've highlighted that 1.2 is invested in the city versus 300 out east and 200 out west, crudely. So if you look at the pie chart from that perspective, it does look a little imbalanced. And that's probably the key point that we wish to make there. In principle, we absolutely agree with growth pays for growth, no question. Except that what would be useful is with the user pays approach, that there's more information. It's not just a carte blanche user pays. It has to be like for like. So that wasn't a bell, was it?
No.
You're getting rid of me that early.
No, I've got the time.
Oh, right, okay, right. You know, it should be user pays so long as it's like for like. I give the example of boat ramps. Really bad example, but it's something that I use. Is that some boat ramps should be user pays, but as long as the service is the same. You know, it's improper to have different boat ramps. As an example, it's just an example, where they should all have a user charge when they're not all the same. Marty will know about that more than most. Yes, we support the Tutumu development, full stop. We also would like further consideration or detail on how the targeted rates assessment is going to work. That's an area of focus for us, because we're not sure that it's properly or robustly thought through, and we'd like to understand that information so that it is ultimately fair in how it's applied. And we take heed of some of the things where previous Papamoa and Wairakei DCs have funded growth, so doubling up sometimes may not be appropriate. The final thing is the smart trip variable road pricing. Agree with it. But if you're going to do it, apply it to all the key nodes. And then how does that also relate to the TEL, which already attracts, and Takitemu, which already attracts funding?
Okay, perfect timing. All right, look, thanks, Nathan. Of course, we can't put road pricing in, as you know, it has to be. It's a government-led thing, but we just think we're paying those tolls on those two roads, and that's all going to Wellington instead of actually being reinvested here. So we would expect that they would be included, and Stephen's done the work, but
Current tolls would go.
The current tolls
and
would
be
go.
replaced, and the revenue would come to the city.
It's all the major nodes, not just this one, not this one, and this one, and not that one.
But I think so. Your ask on the targeted rate really is understanding and being sure that there's not double jeopardy, if you like.
Correct.
On those. Okay, we can get that for you. All right. Thanks very much.
All right, appreciate it. Good luck.
Thanks. Okay, that brings us to Richard. Is it Richard? I don't know how you pronounce your surname. Chloe? That's right. I'm Kiwi.
Is the common
Cluet?
Cluet is the
Cluet.
common Kiwi way of saying things.
Right. And what's the proper way of saying things?
Clout.
Clout. Okay. Well, I'll call you Richard then, shall I?
Please.
And you can call me Anne.
You have me.
We have.
I have two submissions today.
You do?
And rather than avoid repetition, hopefully you'll allow me to
Bring the two together?
Bring
Yep.
the two together.
Yep.
So, with time constraints, I will need to read the submission, but both submissions are in regards to the charges being proposed for leased facilities. So, you happy if I stand? It's preferable way.
Whatever you're comfortable with.
Okay. Firstly, as I say, I speak on behalf of Otamoto Sport and Recreation Club and Bowls Matua. To put it simply, I was shocked to be advised of the intended charges on organisations. We received the information late on Friday the 17th to attend a presentation on the 28th of November. With only a limited brief of what was planned, it was not feasible to hold a quick meeting to discuss the likely ramifications. As an example, Otamoto Sport and Recreation hold bi-monthly meetings. With submissions required by 15th of December, it was difficult to make a submission that represented the views of all of the committee, let alone the organisation members. Just to explain a little bit my background in association with TCC and reserve staff, I've been chairman of Otamoto Sport and Recreation Club for 29 years, president and committee Otamoto Football since 1990, chairman of Matua Residents Association 20 years, and currently club manager at Matua Bowls. So I have a long sports administration positive relationship with the council. I've always looked to work positively to provide community recreational sporting facilities with a focus in Matua and Otamotai. I was involved with public meetings and submissions on the 2005, 7, 12, 19 active reserve management plans, and also maintained an interest in the 21 Community Facilities Investment Plan and the 23-33 Reserves and Open Space Investment Plan. And of course there is locally the 23-2050 Otamoto Spatial Plan. The plans involve considerable public consultation. Until approximately 10 years ago, there were meetings every 6 months of outdoor and indoor sports users. These were hosted by TCC Reserves and Sport Bay of Plenty. This was always a chance to share information on the needs and changes of all sport facility users and hear what TCC had planned. The proposed charges have been like a bolt out of the blue with a strong fait accompli. There was no element of consultation, no indication in the more recent above plans that a significant charge would be introduced. Otamoto Sport and Recreation is a multi-user facility. When in the early 2000s the growth in members aligned with the population growth of Otamoto football needed to expand the club rooms, built them when there were only 20 teams, not the 100 of today, we approached TCC and were informed that there was a policy known as Sportsville that required any building on reserves to be multi-user. Along with Albion Cricket, we brought in Tauranga Astronomical Society, Matua Scouts and Guides to form an equal partnership incorporated charitable club. We applied under the plan for funding. TCC agreed to pay for the public toilets, but more importantly gave a letter of support that was instrumental in opening doors with funders. I think that's a key point that the council needs to realise the power of supporting organisations when it comes to funding. Some 15 years later, we continue to operate a facility that is home to over 1,400 members and a wider home to another 400 to 500. We also have users providing boot camp, physio, Zumba, Pilates and drama. The intended charges will have considerable influence on our budgets, and of more concern is the charges to our Ferguson Park users, i.e. Otamoto football and Albion cricket.
Should any of our members falter, the compounding influence on Aotearoa sports will be considerable. We would simply have to walk away. Presuming TCC were to take over the ownership of our $3 million facility, they would have to provide for maintenance running costs that they currently make no contribution to, and of course the facility is administered currently on a voluntary basis. Matua Bowling Club has been in existence for 50 years on what was donated land that later joined with other donated land and the public hall to form Matua Park. Having just raised over $600,000 to add 2 artificial greens, including storage tanks for rainwater usage, the intended charges of $6 per square metre over our 7,000 square metres would add $42,000 to our budget, for a total contribution to TCC of $48,000. We currently pay $8,000 in lease and rates. The proposal says that this intended charge will partially cover maintenance expenses. TCC spends $0 on our leased area. Matua Bowling Club is faced with a need to replace water pipes, currently 200 metres from the road and around the building. So I just thought I'd bring along as an example that not only city councils have infrastructure problems, but a club like ours also has to find considerable monies. Without water and other things, there's no way we can operate, there's no way we could even consider paying the sort of money that is anticipated. Matua Bowling Club is a community facility used for a range of activities and organisations, such as Altruza, Rebus and until recently Lions and Rotary Clubs. The club rooms are an emergency management centre. The hall is used for a number of public meetings hosted by Matua Residents Association, often including council. Bowls Matua plays a significant part in the health and well-being of our ageing community. It is based entirely on volunteer efforts, the numbers of which are never great. The Local Government Act calls for the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities in the present and in the future. The financial pressure that these charges are likely to inflict on organisations can have far-reaching consequences in the community. Furthermore, it is my belief that the financial pressure will seriously impact the volunteer base of our community. As an example, perhaps I've tended to have put a lifetime into sports administration, whereas most volunteers tend to do 3 to 5 years. They have no idea of the way council operates and how it affects the operation of clubs. At the presentation, we are advised that there is greater demand than can meet the needs of the community. Both Aotearoa Sport and Bowls Matua are open to other users and have never been approached by TCC or Sport Bay of Plenty. We welcome the dialogue. When asked what the next valuation of reserve land was to be undertaken, that answer could not be given. Potentially that may occur every 3-yearly review, which would further burden the clubs, that they should they be able to survive this round. Just as there have been no indications of this charge in the above-mentioned plans consulted on in the past 3 years, the future budgeting is a large question mark. We are also advised that this would shift the burden of costs from ratepayers to users. The only council facility in the Western Wards, and that is Matua, Otamotai, Bethlehem through to Pies Pa, which is 1/4 of the city by voting numbers and rating database, is the Otamotai Pool, which is likely to disappear. All other facilities are owned by the community groups that created them. Sports, Bowls Matua, Otamotai Golf Course, Otamotai Tennis Club and Tauranga Bridge Club. There are 3 community halls that were fundraised and operated by the community before being taken over by Bay Venues. These facilities are now minimally used by the local communities due to lack of availability. 10 years ago, Parau Farms was promoted as being the sport and recreation hub for Bethlehem through to Pies Pa. It was also intended to take off the pressure of an overstretched Ferguson Park. The only reference to Parau Farms in the TNF plan is in regard housing. The residents of Tauranga West wards socialise predominantly in the likes of Ferguson Park and the above-mentioned clubs. Between the Otamotai Spatial Plan and Tauriko West, adding a significant number of residents to the existing western wards, the pressure to have reserves, clubs and facilities appears to fall heavily on the existing organisations. Please understand from someone at the very coalface that the West is struggling now. With TCC taking from ratepayers and the clubs and providing minimal in return, it appears that the West is paying for the rest. Finally, I would like to suggest that the current TCC staff look at reinstating Sportsville and the 6 monthly sport facility user meetings, so both parties are aware of and can work together to achieve for the betterment of the city. This is not looking to go back to the past, but are options that worked well. I would recommend that the proposed charges be deferred, at least to the 3 years review of the LTP, to allow consultation with the affected organisations, and we together produce a blueprint that fairly reflects the costs incurred. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Any questions? Thank you very much. Very comprehensive.
Thank you. And thank you to the Commissioners for your contribution. I think you've done a fantastic job.
Thanks, Richard. Okay, is Matthew King here from Automotai Tennis? Yes. So you've got 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning at 1. I could see that Richard was just about finished, so I didn't give him a warning.
Understood. My name is Matthew King. I'm a member of the committee of the Automotai Tennis Club. To my right is Warwick Brew, who is our club president and has been for decades at least. We've been around since 1987, as you will have seen from our submissions, and we've leased the land at Bellevue Park from the council since 1990. We pay a peppercorn rental because we provide a service to the community that the council would otherwise have to provide. We have currently just over 500 members. Our courts are accessible to the public every day, as well as to our members, and we have around about 300 junior members, children who utilise our club. We are one of the largest tennis clubs in the country, and through community funding, particularly community grant funding, we have one of the best tennis facilities in the country, or club facilities. So we are here to talk about the user fees and charges and the proposed 4,000% increase that the council proposes to inflict upon us and other sports providers using council land, which concerns me greatly, and as I'm sure you've heard from multiple other submitters so far, could bring the death knell to us all. You have a duty under the Local Government Act to provide for the social, economic and cultural well-being of our community, and I would argue that tennis is one of the most globally recognised sports. There might be a few above it, but it's right up there. And so our submission is that we provide a quid pro quo for the use of your land, which is to provide a service that you would otherwise have to provide for yourselves. We do that with a core group of volunteers who put in hundreds and hundreds of hours every year, if not thousands, to provide the service that we provide both to our members, to the local community and to the wider regional and extra-regional communities that use our facilities when we host tournaments. So we're very concerned with the proposal, particularly for us with the degree of land that we actually occupy, which is concreted. It's got tennis courts on it. It's just not feasible. The council funds precisely zero of our activities. We already are user pays. The only thing you provide is the land, and as far as we're concerned, that's a quid pro quo for the service that we provide. We don't accept the valuation that you have or the basis on which you provide it, because it ignores the fact that we provide that service to save you having to do it yourselves. Okay. Our membership fees already potentially prevent some families from having a membership, either for themselves or for their children. Our fees are, in comparison to some other sports, very low, but it needs to be for the sport that we provide. Concerned that if we're forced to pay the lease at the rates that you specified in your proposed long-term plan, that it will just see tennis become an elite sport with a drastically cut membership base. We already rely heavily on community grant funding for repairs, maintenance, coaching, nets, and capital expenditure to continue to operate at the level that we do. And a lot of that's down to this man here who knows the community grant funding scene very, very well. So what we're concerned about is that there is a decline in community grant funding going on at the moment anyway. It's tending that way. And so all this does is add a whole bunch of pressure.
1 minute to go.
Thank you. Adds a whole lot of pressure that we do not need to provide a service that is of valuable benefit to the community. What we've proposed as an alternative, if you persist with a valuation, with the valuation basis, is that you charge us the lease based on the drip line of the building rather than the courts themselves. That would result in a lease increase of around about 100%, which is still, in those terms, sounds quite high. Appreciate it's a peppercorn rental that we pay, but it's a quid pro quo. We've had a very good relationship with council since 1990. We've never asked you for another cent. We utilise your land and we utilise it well. Please let us continue to do that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Kent Lendrum, is it? Yeah. Tennis club.
Hey, we're joining the club. You get tennis after me as well.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I was going to say it's Automotorised Day.
So, no, I'm from the Mount.
Oh, you're from the Mount. Oh, yes, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
You're literally 5 minutes that
Yes,
way.
up the road.
Yeah. That's good. Thank you. It's good to meet you again. I think I've met you 4 times now in your term as Commissioner.
Yes.
So obviously what Matt's just said I agree with, so I'm going to not repeat what she said. I'm going to look at it from our perspective. When we first heard about things, my first reaction was this is going to impact on our membership. So I'm looking at, and my concern is having a teenage boy and how much time he spends on the computer and the fight that we have to get him out playing sports. So anything that's going to discourage our youth from playing and doing physical activity to me is a concern. So we really need to be encouraging people to play sport, and we need to make that, for all income, something that they can achieve. Tennis is a sport for life. We have members from age 4 up to our oldest current member is 84. And surprisingly, he plays tennis 3 times a week and still plays a pretty good game, I have to confess. We're not for profit. We've been around for 100 years. We originally started at the base of the Mount. For the last 60 odd years, we've been at our current location on Blake Park. And as with Onomoto, we are 100% self-sufficient. We maintain our own fences, courts, clubhouse, lights, and all the other expenses through that, through our own membership and through grants. When I kind of reached out to some of our members, some of them said, well, they play 2 sports, and one of their fears was, if this is going to increases are going to apply to us, it's going to apply to the other sports, and then especially our senior members were like, well, we might have to choose one or the other. We were looking at it, and from a calculation perspective, a 30% increase of the fees, that would equate to between 100% and 60% increase of our current membership fees. So from a financial perspective, that's a significant jump that we would be faced with. Now we acknowledge, and our lease is carried up for renewal, so I'm well prepared that we were expecting a rent increase, and when we were talking about, I was expecting 2 to 3 times. But for us, the proposed rate is well over 30 times what we're currently paying. And as I said, from a financial perspective, I worked out if we assumed a small membership loss, then that would be $100 per member extra. So for our juniors, that's potentially a 7% increase. If we were to lose more, because one of my committee was suspicious that we would not retain our things, then obviously that would increase as well. So that's us in the nutty grittiness of it, of where we see the impact of the user pays philosophy. Now, when we look at it, we also share, as you're probably aware, some courts with netball. So we currently pay half the lease of that one as well. Now, at the moment, we make zero revenue from that facility, but it is open to the public during the 6 months of summer. So I actually have a couple of questions for you. And my first question is around how that lease would apply to public courts. From our perspective, our lovely furnished rebound and tiger turf courts, which we provide access to the court at a higherage fee for the hour, we maintain those, we look after those, and we make a little bit of revenue towards their upkeep. But the other 10 courts, which are free to the public, which we provide, maintain, and we basically do that as a service to the Mount community, especially during summer. So my question is, how, obviously we're paying a lease for that now, again that's a nominal lease, how would that increase as well? And my second question for you is regarding the Blake Park changes that are coming up. Now with that netball moving off, we'll end up with 6 of those 10 courts, but obviously the lease for all of those 6 courts full year. So long-term plan, how would that come into play as well? So that's my short. 5 minutes is just long enough to get nervous but not recover from it.
You've used 4, so you've done well.
Okay, well there you are. Now I've given you a minute to answer my question.
That's right. So we don't have the answers to
I didn't
your
expect you to.
but we will get you the answers. I mean, and you know, both. Well, most of the submissions, particularly where you are self-sufficient, have certainly made the same points that you've made here today. But I think the other question is, if you are making those available to the public, then how does that count in the process? But clearly, we have to have a look at a hard look at what's been proposed in light of all the submissions and the concerns that have been raised with us, because we don't want to discourage anyone from playing sports, same as we don't want to encourage anyone from taking up any pursuits in art or cultural activities. So we will be having a good look, and hopefully we'll be able to answer your questions.
That'd be appreciated.
All right, nice to see you. Thanks very much.
Oh, Tina's coming now.
And Robert, is it? Robert Newman?
Yes.
Noman or Newman? How do you pronounce
Do you remember the Nike swoosh ad of "Do it now"? Do it now, man.
Oh, now man. Right, okay. How many times have you said that?
Probably, let me see, about 57,000, I think.
Okay, so you've got 5 minutes, and I'll give you a 1 minute. When you've got 1 minute to go, I'll give you a warning.
Tēnā koutou ngā komihi ana o te taore nui, ko rapata taku ingoa no Papamoa. I'm Robert Nauman. I'm the executive chair, or chair of the executive, if you wish, of what an organisation called Tennis Western Bay. Unlike the clubs that you just heard from, we own no land, we lease no land. We're an organisation which solely thrives, lives and breathes administration. Our job is to be the umbrella organisation, if you like, for tennis in this region. And we connect to all of the clubs, all 10 clubs we represent, and they elect us annually, if provided we perform properly, to represent them both on the regional stage and with Tennis New Zealand on the national stage. I'm going to be brief because it's more important, I think, to focus on the positive, apart from the one comment I do want to make, which supports what I wrote, and that is for age groups who are obviously affected. You know, clearly this is a financial issue. You've heard that 10,000 times already in the last 3 days. You'll hear it again. You know it's coming. The issue is how that's managed. And right now I see at risk people with hair my colour and of my sort of age who play tennis, and there are a lot of them, It is a game for life. It's, if you look at the 70s, 80s and 90s, people playing in international and national competitions, plus the backyard people, it's an enormous game. And many of those people, of course, exist on pensions. And when you put the cost of living changes, rates changes, etc., plus a sports levy on top of this, that will be the tipping point for many. And my fear, I guess, is based around the health more than anything else, because tennis as a sport is just so essential for socialisation, for mental health, apart from the physical ability. And you'll find many, many examples of people in that age group who just absolutely thrive and miss their tennis when it's not there. They're also the people who've been the volunteers for 20, 30, 40 years. They've done all the jobs, and you may well be one of those people. So you know what I'm talking about. Administration is hard work. And to put them at risk and to see this is the last step for them by having to fork out some more money, I think is seriously at risk, and that decision you've made to go that path needs re-evaluation. But to move more to the positive, the value of Tennis Western Bay is that it's neutral to a degree because it doesn't own anything. We've got nothing at risk. But we therefore provide a platform that I think is good for the council and the tennis clubs to get together to sort through these issues. You obviously need some funding. We're not going to go anywhere near what you're talking about. But there are other alternatives. Our tennis clubs are organised, they're hard-working, they're effective, they're imaginative. Otamata is one example, but you go through all the clubs in the Mount, they are really good at problem solving. So what I'm suggesting to you is that we be positive about that. Let's get together, let's korero. Tennis Western Bay will provide the venue and the organisation for that. The other thing I want to raise, you're going to hear later on today, and that's that we need a partnership. You need us as much as we need you. We've got a vision for where tennis goes in this town. It's a very positive vision, and Gerald Gregg will explain that in detail tonight. But together, if we work with each other, we can really make it a positive outcome. We've got that centre at Papamoa. It's right to go down into the expansion area. There are lots of ideas, and I'm sure we could make it work. So my final comment is, let's put aside all the angst and the emotion and everything else that's tied up with this, because we all feel strongly about it. And let's look at a positive, practical way of doing it, and let's get organised to talk to each other as soon as possible. So that's me.
Thank you very much. And that's an amazing offer. Thank you. Any questions for Robert? No? Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So we're now going to take a break, have a cup of coffee, I think, and we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock. Is that right? Yep. Yep.
Do you need a coffee?
Yes, I do. meeting is resumed. First up we have Alida Shanks. Is she here? Welcome. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
So if you could just make sure you speak into that microphone because we are taping. I'll give, you've got 5 minutes and I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 minute left.
Great, thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here representing Waikato Bay of Plenty Football with our Chief Executive, Karen Walters. Our submission covers the proposed fee model for the use of sports fields for training and for games, and the increase in the fees for leasing and operating expenses of council buildings, which includes our club rooms. So on your website about the long-term plan, you ask the question, Papa hakina kina me nā ronaki waka, me utu e te hunga whakamahi. Sports fields and boat ramps should users pay to play. In principle, Waibot Football accepts there needs to be a fee for the usage of sports fields. However, we strongly oppose the proposed fee model and we oppose the increase in lease and operating expenses for club rooms. We believe the proposed fee model will have a significant and wide-ranging impact. And the biggest issue is just that underpins all the factors is the huge cost involved that football and all sports will need to bear if this proposal goes ahead. So we've worked out that the proposed fee model will cost in excess of $600,000 per year for football alone. This is significantly more than the figures that were provided by Council at the public meetings in November. Quite simply, we have no idea where this money will come from, or whether Council expects us or our clubs to source this money. It will make the cost of playing football prohibitive and lead to a significant drop in participation. So basically this model is going to stop kids from being able to play sport. We would like to work with the Council to develop a simpler and fairer model that is more in line with what other councils around Aotearoa charge. As you'll have seen in our submission, the written submission, the proposed model is out of line, it's inconsistent with other regions. And in fact, Auckland Council, who have no ground fees, currently offer a grant for sports facilities, for operating sports facilities. Clubs and sports organisations are all competing for already limited funding that will have no choice but to be redirected from supporting kids being active. Football touches the lives of more than 10% of the Tauranga community who already pay rates. The number of people involved in football in Tauranga continues to grow. In 2023, we saw an increase of 12% of players from the previous year, following a growth of 5% and 7% from the previous 2 years. And 3/4 of those players are kids and teenagers. And while it's noted that the proposed fees are only for senior fields, the reality is that the cost is so high that we will have little choice but to pass them on to everybody. And with children making up the majority of players for most clubs, they will bear the brunt of this cost. Research shows that nationally, cost is one of the top barriers to sport participation. So far, cost has not been a top barrier in the Bay of Plenty, but it is one of the top barriers over the hill in the Waikato, where there are existing fees for field hire. So we know the proposed costs will lead to it being a barrier here. In our submission, we provided evidence that the proposed model is not equitable across sporting codes. But regardless, as the fees apply to all organised sport, there is likely to be a decline of kids and adults being active at all. We all know there are proven benefits to being active, and conversely, there are significant negative community effects when kids and adults drop out of playing sport. Me utu e te hunga whakamahi, should users play sport? Absolutely. However, we believe the proposed fee model is going to severely impact all those who play football, especially our kids. It's unclear where this additional money, more than $500,000 every year, is going to come from, particularly during the economic times when families are experiencing a cost of living crisis. So we do ask that you review and reconsider the proposed model. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
So just one question. So you're representing both the Bay and the
Yes.
I've just seen your submission is in comparison and I just picking up on the Hamilton comparison. So at the moment, Hamilton, I think, about $1,360 odd. So what would your thoughts be if say, the council were to propose something similar?
Yeah, so the per season model and that rate would be...
I mean, certainly across the hill, it's something that we're used to. It is a figure that is budgetable for clubs, and it's also a figure that funders are kind of used to understanding and seeing what the direct impact is.
So something more in line with other comparable prices. Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Barry Brown. Welcome, Barry. So 5 minutes. I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you. Thanks, Commissioners and others. I have, as you know, Madam Chair, I have been communicating with the Council on various planning matters on behalf of a substantial group of Mount Maunganui residents, but for this purpose I'm just talking on my own account as a resident and ratepayer of Tauranga City. I'm not opposed to the Commissioners establishing the long-term plan. I know that there's been a lot of publicity opposing that suggestion. But where I have the concern is the speed at which the planning process has been undertaken, and particularly as it affects Mount Maunganui. I described my view of the planning process in my submission as flawed and unbecoming of a substantial enterprise like Tauranga City, and I still think that's the case. It may be able to be dealt with, and I'm not going to obviously take it valuable time now in talking about the alternatives. This is a day of reckoning for Tauranga City, in my view. There's a very uneasy transition from what I knew many, many years ago as a 10 bob or $10 town to a modern city, and that's throwing up some very inconvenient truths. And the budget that doesn't balance is obviously one of them. And so I support the Commissioners and the Council in exploring ways of balancing that budget. A frustration is it's not evident to me reading this, and if it's not evident to me as an experienced commercial lawyer, it probably won't be evident to many people, is what the trade-offs are. You know, we're hearing, and I'm a sports person, and I play a lot of sport, and my grandchildren and children play sport. So I understand what the sports people are saying about, please don't charge us. But what I'm not hearing is, well, okay, if we don't charge you, then we won't be able to spend the money over here. So what do you want out of all of this? Do you want that spent here, or this is the way of dealing with it? And I feel that there's something lacking in the planning process that makes it very clear, say on that one, that if we okay, we won't charge you, and that revenue stream might have been 10 million, 20 million, whatever it might have been. Now, what that means is over here we can't spend. So, in other words, both sides of the budgetary equation, I think, need to be set out and explained a little bit better. I have a view, and I've had it for many years, that the rates in Tauranga City have been a little bit low for a city that's growing and transitioning, and where the property prices are going up. Now, I know that's not a popular, and certainly wouldn't get me elected to the council, but I think we need to look at that. But what are the trade-offs? Okay, if we don't increase the rates by 18%, then we can't afford that. Do you want that? Or do you want it? What's the trade-off for the citizens? And I think this needs to be drawn out in the discussions on the long-term plan. Overall, look, I support the initiatives of revitalise the CBD. I'm maybe naive, but I'm a sort of believer in that case. It's such a nice area that build it and they will come. I certainly agree on increasing the development contributions. I think the retirement villages are not my firm. I'm a 50-year Chapman Tripp veteran, and I know we act for the Retirement Villages Association, but they want to get it cheap. And you know, my mother was in MetLife Care in Welcome Bay, and my mother-in-law's in Bob Owens, and I know all of that, but yet there's no free lunch for those people. And I'm going to, of all the people here, I'm going to be in one of them in a not too distant future. So I don't think you should listen too hard to them. The upgrade of the main arterial routes, obviously Cameron Road and others has to be done. The industrial rating category, yep, got to do it. Clawing back for past infrastructure, I'm afraid that's just a day of reckoning. It's an inconvenient truth, but we got to do it because we got to balance this budget. Selling the parking building.
1 minute left.
Yep. Selling the parking building or the parking rights, has to be done. It's done elsewhere. And new targeted rates for infrastructure, that's fine. The activity charges is a difficult one. Certainly on reserves, charging for reserves, the allocated land doesn't feel right to me. Charging for council land may be a bit easier to digest, but even still, I think in this day and age, where we're trying, mental health, all the things you've heard them all, and you'll hear a lot more. But I think we say to the sporting people, well, okay, we'll just pull some money back here and we won't charge you. I think that's. I'm unsure about the community stadium. I think it's a do it once and do it well. I think we just don't want to get astride sort of half built and a bit of this and a bit of that. I was, living in Wellington when Fran did the stadium. She did it really well, but that was regional funding.
That's right.
It was a lot of regional funding in that. It wasn't just city funding. And we may need to look, if we did it here, we may need to look this side of the Kaimais. I like to look over the Mamakus to Raeroa, but there's no way they're going to support that. But anyway, that just needs to be thought about how we fund that, because we can't afford the debt. And the last thing we need to do is build a stadium in the next 10 years and load ourselves up with debt, and then the stay of reckoning gets even worse and gets more prolonged. So overall, I'm not sure about the timing, but keep it simple and let's just focus on the main things of infrastructure and what we can afford to do.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Gary. Okay, Marie Quill? We got Marie? No, Marie, sorry. Hi, welcome.
Well, thank you.
So 5 minutes, and I'll just let you know when you've got a minute left.
Okay. I'm a bit nervous.
Don't worry, we don't mind.
Okay.
It's nerve-wracking speaking in public.
Right. Do I start now? Yes. Okay. Kia ora, I'm Marie Quill. I retired to Papamoa nearly 5 years ago, although we have paid rates here for over 25 years. My husband and I love Tauranga's village atmosphere. It's a beautiful small city, and we've joined 5 organisations. However, Commissioners, you have caused much stress to many hard-working residents and clubs, and we fear the LTP will triple the city's debt, increase the city's workforce by 30%, increase the rates by unprecedented amounts, and you have invented a 4th rate, an IFF levy, to pay for infrastructure that is not mandated by the citizens. Under your watch, our city centre has died. Cameron Road has been a tragedy for many businesses. The city traffic woes have worsened, and Papamoa residents fear drowning. Why have we not had improved efficiency, productivity, and common sense town planning at the Tauranga City Council under your reign? The long-term plan is not focused on creating spaces, revitalising the city centre, or improving the transport network, as you say it is. You're focused on building projects like a large city stadium, museum and marae, and invented in many ways of taking money off citizens to pay for these. I believe the LTP must address at least 4 issues for a vibrant city. Firstly, the traffic congestion at peak times. 2 lanes into a single lane never works, and Turret Road, 15th Avenue and Hairene Bridge need another 2-lane causeway outside of the Pahutakawas and a 4-lane bridge over the Waimapu Channel. This is a minor roading project compared to State Highway 2 reconstruction past Bay Fair, but will greatly ease congestion. Include this roading improvement, please, in the LTP. Secondly, plentiful, cheap parking in Tauranga City is the only way to attract people back to the centre. Look at what happened to Hamilton, and I come from Hamilton. Only 20% of populations visit museums. Car parking needs to cater for workers, shoppers, tourists, diners alike. In my work with gifted students over 20 years, when debating the greatest invention of the 20th century, it turned out to be the car every time. A car gives the greatest personal freedom. Every intelligent person on the planet is holding out for the hydrogen-powered car. You are deluded if you think residents will bus or bike in huge numbers. Imposing main thoroughfare congestion tolls will be the death knell for the city centre. Also, upgrading Bay Park is still the best option for a stadium because it has lots of parking around it and a railway line next to it for commuter trains. Thirdly, the citizens of Tauranga own the sports fields, boat ramps and community facilities in the city. The TCC is a caretaker entrusted to administer their upkeep. I deplore extra charges for rates, paid amenities or increased rents for old community buildings across town, some of which I'm using, as only maintenance fees are really required. It is unethical to impose a revenue-making model, and in this age of many mental breakdowns, rest and recreation should be encouraged, not penalised, by adding more and more charges. Where would this lead? Fenced-off fields, entry guards on gates, a police city, sport only for the rich? Please take the user pays policy out of the LTP. Lastly, Papamoa may be subject to future floods or tsunamis. Papamoa residents suffered huge stress when the TCC imposed Plan 27, the 100-year flood plain along the Papamoa Beach community. Then they said the swales and Wairiki Canal would not protect us from flooding. Therefore, the long-term plan needs to include an outlet pipe to the sea for Palm Springs, Golden Sands and Emerald Shores subdivisions. There are many such outlets along the coast, but where is ours? Put an outlet in the long-term plan, please. We have unscalable fences also for 5 kilometres along the Eastern Expressway at Papamoa. If a tsunami hits our coast, there are few gaps to walk through to higher ground. The long-term plan needs to provide exit gaps and paths in this fence. In conclusion, I believe the proposed LTP will plunge our city into huge debts and negatively impact the mental health, the well-being and the wealth of its citizens. It needs to be put on hold for more debate post-July local body elections.
Thank you very much. Any questions? The only thing I'd say to you is that the turret Haureni is in the long-term plan. Not what you suggest, unfortunately, that would take years to get through.
But two-laning? Is it two-laning?
So what's being proposed is peak two-laning in the morning and home two-laning in the evening.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So that's been consulted on, that's being designed now.
Is it like 1 lane, 2 lanes, and then vice versa with lights?
So what they call tidal flow. So,
yes, I've seen that before, and that may work. I actually resigned my job. I was headhunted to set up the gifted school here in Tauranga, which I did, and the sitting in traffic for 50 minutes to an hour was horrific. Hamilton got to work for 47 years. It only took 10 to 12 minutes.
Look at the wonderful roading infrastructure that the government's provided them.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Chris Patterson. Got Chris here? Yeah. Welcome. 5 minutes. I'll give you when you've got 1 minute left. Give you a warning.
I'm speaking as a private person here.
Yep.
My background is in engineering insurance, looking at risk management and forensic analysis of losses. So I take that sort of attitude towards this. I'm looking at the stadium, and I've considered what an as-if situation would be for the stadium if the stadium were to be built. And this is what I see in the future. Bearing in mind that the Cameron Road is the only access route to the domain, being down from the city or up from Chapel Street, SH2 motorway intersection. In order to pay its way, this future stadium would logically have to have as many events as possible to attract the maximum number of public attendees. The new stadium apparently is designed for 8,000 people, to which should be added staff such as security, food vendors, other participants and their entourage. Say this could add another 500 people. So we're looking at 8,500 people given. From the published projected event days, which I have over here, there's expected to be about 17 winter sports and about 16 outdoor events at this location, being a total of 33 large events annually, roughly one every fortnight. Public attendance to these events will be expected from all over the Bay of Plenty, so local public transport will have limited assistance in moving the public to and from these events. Let's assume that 2/3 of the attendees come by car, and each car has about 3 people in it. This means that there'll be a need to find parking for about 1,800, 1,900 vehicles. Where are they going to go? End to end, this number of cars would stretch a total distance of about 8.5 kilometres, up and down Cameron Road and Chapel Street, SH2, and that intersection, which is a key intersection. The remainder of the 2,800 people will probably come by local bus, which would fill about 70 buses. Of course, these buses will be needed for the return trip. Where would those buses be parked? The only possibility is for these vehicles to park in the surrounding environs, and those living in the immediate vicinity will not be particularly pleased when some 1,800 cars and 70 buses are parked in their doorstep. Just recently there was this One Love Festival, which illustrated the amount of traffic congestion and traffic management that will be required on a fortnightly basis for all these events. There are about 7 or so streets being blocked off. There was all the traffic management people, the usual people in orange vests showing people around. And this traffic problem and congestion will be happening every second week throughout the year in order to service the needs of the stadium. And finally, if the smart trip proposal eventuates, this will mean that every vehicle attending an event at the stadium will be also tolled. Attendees will be absolutely thrilled at the prospect of paying extra money over the cost of attendance to attend an event at the stadium. This disincentive will result in a progressive reduction of attendees to events at this facility, precisely what the stadium owners will not be wanting. So to my mind, this whole adventure will end up being a white elephant, simply with money wasted and local residents annoyed. Your legacy of commissioners who have been led by the nose by developers having abused your position in a profligate manner, as far as I'm concerned. I wish to leave you with an analogy from Marie Antoinette. If they ask for bread, don't give them cake. See what good that gave her. And a further quote from an old movie that I remember, a movie called Cool Hand Luke. What we have here is a failure to communicate. Please don't do this.
Thank you very much.
John Costa. Welcome, John. So 5 minutes. I'll give you a warning when you've got one.
Kia ora tātou. My submission today is in regard to the future of Brain Watkins House on the corner of Elizabeth Street and Cameron Road. To give you some background on myself, I'm an archaeologist by training, and I have a wide experience of small museums in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I've worked as a museums consultant for the last 30 years. I'm an accredited member of the International Council of Museums, the International Council on Monuments and Sites, ECOMOS, and an honorary life member of Museums Aotearoa, the National Museums Association. I've written some 60 assessments and feasibility studies relating to museum development proposals. These were prepared for management and funding bodies, including district councils and the Lottery Grants Board. I say all that not in self-aggrandisement, but just to let you know where I'm coming from. I've been a member of the Tauranga Historical Society for 20 years and a committee member for 7. I'm currently secretary of the Historical Society, but I would emphasise that given that the Society itself is currently in the process of formulating its own strategic plan, I am making this submission as an individual. I want to make 3 main points. Firstly, while not comparable to the Elms, Brain Watkins House is one of Tauranga's major, if often unrecognised, heritage assets. It's important. Certainly it is of far greater historical significance than most of the buildings in the historic village, and it's one of a very small number of house museums in New Zealand with the original contents intact. Secondly, the Historical Society, having owned the house for the last 45 years, deserves great credit, I think, for its careful management and upkeep to date, funded largely by grants and donations and operated by volunteers. And thirdly, it's my personal and professional opinion that to ensure its ongoing and enhanced contribution to Tauranga's heritage, the House would require guaranteed regular funding to ensure its ongoing maintenance and preservation, including provision for the appointment of a professional management presence. I'm not suggesting at this stage that the City Council should provide that funding. I'm merely waving a flag. But I would hope that the Commissioners, future councils and their staff will remain aware of the value of Brain Watkins House and its potential contribution to Tauranga's sense of identity. I hope too that a productive working relationship between Council and the Historical Society in regard to its management might be maintained. That's all I wish to say, but to conclude, I would like to congratulate the Commissioners on their far-sighted management of the city over the last few years. Following the last period of dysfunctional governance, it has been a great relief.
Thank you very much. Of course, you are aware we visited Brain Watkins.
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So we'll follow up. In fact, I made a note when I read your submission, because one of the things they asked us about was how they could tap into some regular visits from particularly the cruise sector when they go to the Elms and on, which would create an income stream for them. Might not be great, but certainly an income stream. But they needed a bus stop in the road behind.
That's right. Yes.
And I know we passed it on to transport, but I don't think it's eventuated, has it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
No.
So we've missed another cruise season.
Yeah.
But I think we agree with you that it does need to get to well, it needs to be recognised for the value that it has. It's quite extraordinary. And 2, it does need to have some regular income stream to help it continue. So we'll follow up on that, but thank you very much for giving it the prominence by making a submission. We really appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Bill.
Sorry, Bill.
In terms of what you outlined, and you note also in terms of the elms, etc., as part of the submission, is there any opportunity in terms of the a relationship and sharing resources, for example, between Brain Watkins House and the Elms?
I've heard that suggestion before, I think. Yes, there is. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not clear what form it would take, but certainly the two institutions have many points in common.
Yeah.
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 Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mike Williams. See you sitting there, Mike. Come on up.
Thank you.
So 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning at 1.
All good. Good afternoon. I'm here representing the Mount Maunui Sports Club, and in particular the rugby club. And submission, you've got my full submission, so I won't go through it in depth, but it really relates to the field charges that you're looking to implement. The ground lease charges for the building is covered in my submission, so I won't go over that. But as we all know, sport across the world is a huge part of the communities, and especially here in Tauranga, it's massive. It helps grow good people, strong communities, and it's also vital to our physical and mental health. By putting in these extra charges, you're going to drive a lot of people out of sport, making it unaffordable. As with most clubs, we're a non-profit organisation run predominantly by volunteers at more often than not a break-even position. So I really want to know from you where you think the extra money is coming from to pay the fees. I asked this question at one of the information sessions that I went to with your staff. Their answer was either grant funding or increasing subs. All sports clubs, in fact all community groups, know how hard it is to get grant funding these days. It's a shrinking pool of money, so it's extremely difficult. Now what you're going to have is every sports club that uses a field in the city applying for funding to pay their fees, so it's just not going to happen. So it only leaves increasing subs. And there's two issues with that. And the first, and I'm sure it's the same with most clubs, is that we've already had our AGM and set our clubs for the coming season, subs for this coming season. We can't suddenly go back to our members and say we're putting it up. Your proposed charges going to come into effect on the 1st of July. I would have thought of it as absolute minimum you give the clubs a year's notice to actually talk to their members and increase subs if that's how we're going to have to fund it. The second part is that a lot of our community are already struggling. It's cost of living, increased interest rates, high rents, extremely high council rates, which are continuing. If you add another cost to these people, sport will be a luxury that they can't afford, and people will stop playing. I don't know really why you want to bring these charges in. Surely we're paying enough rates already for these types of things. Let's look at some of the numbers though. According to your own budget, which I don't think is correct, the gross income in year one for the training charges only is $80,000. And in year two, when you're charging for games and matches, the gross income increases to $120,000. That's gross income. Surely there's costs, staff costs, administration costs, accounting. It doesn't seem to be allowed for anywhere in that. If you added staff costs, chasing accounts, unpaid accounts, trying to see who uses the field without booking it and therefore getting invoiced, your actual return is next to nothing. So I don't know why you're bothering. You're currently spending around $500,000 removing secondary and unused vehicle crossings around the city. You're probably not aware of that, but maybe you are. They have no impact at all on the city, so I don't know why you're doing it, but you're wasting $500,000 and then getting $120,000 from the community for using the fields. Doesn't seem right to me. There's also another significant number of unanswered questions that staff couldn't answer. Give you an example, on a rugby Saturday, we have 4 teams at home, so it costs us $1,000 a day for us to hold 4 games. But what about our touch module? Over the summer, we run a touch module. It's a major income earner for our club and makes us financially viable. We have 24 games on a Wednesday night. Are you going to charge us for every game? So $6,000 a night? No one could give me an answer on that. No one still has. You talk about user pays, and that's one of the reasons you bring it in. I'm interested, does this mean you're going to charge for the cycleways that everyone's using, and billions to spend on cycleways? Are you going to charge the skaters the new skate park they're building on the road on the busiest corner in the city? Perhaps you're going to charge people to use the walkway to Marine Parade. Or should we charge the kids to use a playground? All these things are already paid for through our rates, same as the sports fields. Spending about $500 million in the CBD to get the city pumping, and now you want to charge people to play sport, something that really does get the city pumping I want to raise 120,000. Doesn't make much sense to me. Thank you.
Any questions for me? No? Thank you very much. Carla Van Doe? Oh, right, Tauranga Gems, is that right?
That's right.
And just to note, you got a lot of submissions in support.
Yes, we have. Can I just say that the public can't hear this microphone?
Right.
We can hear you talking, but there's no projection
Yeah, that's
back.
right, there's no projections.
No.
It's one of the difficulties that we do try and get out of the council chambers so that we sort of come out into the community to make it easier for people, because
Yes.
it's hard to come and, you know, they're not conducive for the public.
No.
So they're less than desirable setups in a room like this. It's very hard. Appreciate that.
Yes, yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's just boring sitting back there. It's all right.
I couldn't possibly comment. So you've got 5 minutes. I'll give you a warning when you've got one left.
Okay, my name's Ian Mason. I'm representing the Tauranga Gem and Mineral Club as a tenant of the historic village. So our club has been in existence for 55 years. We formed in 1969 and we've been a tenant at the village since 1976, 48 years.
Wow.
When we moved to the village, we built our own club rooms, which still exist today, called Marylander Hall, at no cost to the Tauranga City Council. And at the moment, we are residing in the ground floor of the Town Board building. The Tauranga Gem and Mineral Club provide a valuable service to the village and to the community. It's a non-for-profit organisation that is managed by volunteers with an interest in everything geologic or rock hounding related. Our shop showcases works and collections by local artisans, provides a venue for the artisans to sell their creations, and there is always a large interest in visiting people, whether local or international, especially with so many cruise ships at the moment. Connected to the shop, we have our own museum of geological and mineralogical history collected from around the Bay of Plenty, Coromandel and the world. This provides opportunity for visitors to learn more about the history of the area, and we also have an area where we showcase fluorescent rocks, which is extremely popular with young people. You can see it just ignites their imagination going in that room where there's glowing rocks. Behind the shop we have a workshop and a library that allows members to learn skills in the art of lapidary carving, faceting and faceting. Volunteers make themselves available to help teach people how to use the equipment and create jewellery and other things. Once a month the club has a club night for children and then adults. Kids do activities to learn more about geology, fossils, mineral and arts and crafts. Adults get the opportunity to hear from guest speakers or are provided with demonstrations or practical activities. Once a month, the club organises field trips around the Waikato, Bay of Plenty and Coromandel areas. These are always well attended by people from different regions. Every 2 years, the club organises the Tauranga Gem and Mineral Show at the racecourse, where demonstrations and activities are provided to the public. The last club show attracted, over a 3-day period, over 5,000 people. The issue we have is that as of the 26th of October 23, the club was provided a proposal to increase the building rent by approximately 2,200%. This was to commence January of 24, and as a non-profit organisation that gives back to the community and is run by volunteers, this is deemed unreasonable and is likely to force the club to seek tenancy elsewhere or force us to close. We do not want to leave the village as we enjoy the site. We have helped foster and support the village community. we ask the council to reconsider and review their proposal for organisations like ours, as they are a valuable resource that gives back to the city. In summary, the Tauranga Gem and Mineral Club provide a lot of great services to the Tauranga community. We feel like the council should review and reconsider its proposal for the rent increase at the historic village. I would also like the council to provide feedback on as to how it plans to manage and locate non-profit organisations in the future that cannot afford to be in the village. And in conclusion, I would just like you to come and visit our wee shop at the village. It's our home away from home, and we would all be very sad to see it go.
Thank you very much. I've got 2 questions for you.
Yes.
One, what happened to the building that you built?
At some stage, we just built a club rooms initially, and then we started a little shop and we were selling to the public, and the village management at that stage offered us a shop closer to the centre of the village, and because they had a tenant for the Mahere Hall, and we agreed to do that because it was a better retail site, although it wasn't big enough for our club rooms. And we were in there for a couple of years. That didn't work, and then we moved to the town board building where we are now, which is extremely suitable, perfect for our club. But we had an agreement with the village management that we could, if we moved and gave them the hall, they would give us a peppercorn rental, which we've been paying up until last year.
That was my second question. What are you currently paying?
Oh, I don't know. I'm
Okay.
not part of that, but it's
So there was an agreement.
it's a peppercorn, yes.
You handed over your building and you took over another.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
And unfortunately, it was a long time ago. It was in the days when people didn't do records very well.
Yes.
And we are partly responsible for that. But we certainly have the history. We've always paid the peppercorn rental. We've always been part of the village. And our history tells us that there's an agreement there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Okay. Michael Batchelor.
Thank you.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. Just check whether you need to use the microphone. Is that all right? Okay. I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 more minute to go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This submission relates to the sections of my submission, which I understand is before you. The 2 sections labelled any other comments and other considerations, fees and charges. As noted in my written submission, I'm a member of the Otamotai Railway Garden Society. I expect you know where that is situated. I'm informed that the proposed fees increase will result in the licence to occupy fee, which has not yet been signed, by the way, charged by the council for the use of 1,200 square metres and the old shed, rising from $950 per annum to over $8,300. This seems to me to be rather excessive. I'd like to quote a recent remark made to me by a friend when we were discussing these things. And my friend said, "These charges are calculated to destroy part of the social fabric of Tauranga." And the more I've listened, and I've been listening here for a couple of hours, I can't help but agree. That's exactly what these people are saying. Now, I used to be a lawyer, so you'll have to forgive me. Section 14 of the Local Government Act 2002 sets out the principles which must be followed by local government in the exercise of its functions. The very first principle in section 14.1a says that a local authority is to conduct its business in an open, transparent and democratically accountable manner. Now, about half of the complainants, or the submitters to you, have made that complaint, that your affairs or your business in this matter has not been conducted in an open and transparent manner. It's just been thrust upon them. Bang! That's it. Now, subsection 2 of section 14 makes it clear that this is an overriding principle. It must apply in all cases when the council is doing business. We go down to section 150 in the same Act. That section controls the fees and charges for various services, including inspections, and subsection 4 provides that such fees must not exceed the reasonable costs incurred by the local authority in respect of the matter for which the fee is charged. I just remind you that the proposed fee for the Railway Gardens is $8,300 plus a little. Now, this fee has been, this fee is calculated at the rate of $6.05 per square metre. This fee has been applied with regard to any special without regard to any special features relating to the land concerned, and without regard to the nature of the occupation of the land. Thus, an area such as the Automotai Gardens, low-lying, pretty flood-prone, enclosed by a railway to the south and an embankment to the east and north, and otherwise pretty unattractive and useless, is to be charged on the same basis as every other reserve. This notwithstanding that the Society is fully responsible for the upkeep of its area. Page 61 of your plan states the income we earn from user charges is designed to directly cover all or a portion of council's costs to provide the activity or service. Well, in the case of the gardens, the council provides virtually no activity or service. There is a formed and sealed access shared with the other several acres of the reserve. No doubt the council has some internal administrative function and an inspection program. But as far as I'm aware, there is nothing further. Transparency demands that the council advise what costs it incurs by virtue of the Society's occupation. The imposition of an overall charge without reference to the Society and without regard to the circumstances of the area involved is in breach of the council's fundamental duty to act in an open, transparent and democratic manner. I conclude. The overall factors relating to the Society's licence calls for a licence fee to be negotiated in accordance with the legislation, not just imposed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the process that we're in is a very democratic, open and transparent
I accept
process.
that. But before we got to this stage...
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brendan McHugh. Hi, Brendan. Come and have a seat.
Thank you.
So you've got 5 minutes?
Yep. G'day.
And I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you. Kia ora everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Tauranga City AFC on a submission that that opposes the proposed user pays fee. Council putting in next year for fees, fields and facilities. We share the opinion of many that proposal has had a lack of feasibility and consideration on the impacts to grassroots sports and those non-profit organisations who are providing an essential service to the community. To recap the impact to our 650 members, the proposed 2,600% increase of council fees will add an additional operating cost of $136,450 per annum. Our total membership income from members is $85,000 and more or less break even every year. An additional cost of $136,000 would literally break the club, and when you put those numbers into context. 80% of our members are juniors, 20% are seniors. To pass these costs on would mean an extra $200 per month per member. It would simply drive people out of the game across all levels and runs a very real risk of undermining the club's financial viability. When we received the bombshell, we were given 1 month to understand the costs and prepare our submission. Q&A sessions were available, but only 11 days out from the submission due date. During one of the Q&A sessions, it was very clear that Council weren't aware of the current and historic financial situations of organisations that it was impacting. This should be one of the first, if not one of the most important tasks prior to formalising a proposal with such a huge impact. Having just spent a year on the Links Ave community panel, I was generally shocked to see the same mistakes being made again. Improving this reoccurring issue the Council has had when consulting with the community needs to be addressed, ultimately saving money and precious time for everyone. Our club rooms on Links Ave has always been a really important part of the community, football community in this region. Built from fundraising by the football community, the club rooms were taken over by Council in 2000. At the same time, we vacated Wharepai Domain, gifting those club rooms to the Council and moved to Links Avenue. Links Ave has always been the home of premier women's, men's and youth football in the region. And this year, our men's premier team is back competing in New Zealand's toughest domestic competition against Auckland and Hamilton clubs, with the prospect of bringing National League football back to Taro Moana. Our women's team is on track to do the same in 2025. This is still community football, it's not semi-professional, but the Auckland clubs we're competing with receive 10 times more funding, have larger membership bases, less operating costs like travel, and they pay zero council fees. This enables them to have many full-time paid operational staff and players, where in comparison we have 2 part-time football coaches and 1 part-time administrator that we share across with 2 other football clubs. The rest is managed by a small group of volunteers. We now also have access to even less grant funding opportunities, as Tauranga City Council has been targeting this to fund their own community projects. Like other non-profit organisations, we operate on the smell of an oily rag. The increased council fees will create an unsustainable financial situation for our club and an unpalatable one for anyone volunteering to be part of. I can't stress enough the importance of the unseen volunteers doing the daily mahi over and above their normal full-time jobs. I can see those volunteers like myself not wanting to continue in grassroots sports with the financial burden they're going to have to carry. I'd normally not blow my own trumpet, but if you lose people like me, you'll lose grassroots sport. We see the only option is to offset these increased costs to our members. This will ultimately cause that those who can play, and create a barrier to playing football. We are already seeing an increase in financial assistance requests annually, and due to the increase of living costs. And a survey of our senior memberships last November indicated that 76% couldn't pay any additional fees. Grassroots sports needs to be affordable. It's an important part of the Kiwi culture, and for some, it's the only thing they look forward to each week. No problem. I can relate to this. I'm sure my mother would have been one of the 20% Sport New Zealand refers to as making major sacrifices like missing meals to enable me to play football. When she died when I was 15, I could have easily gone down a dark path, but instead football provided me stability, confidence and leadership opportunities. That's why I give so much back to football today. Don't make this opportunity unobtainable for other and similar situations. So in conclusion, we request pull the ripcord, take some time to understand the community landscape you're dealing with, and let us help you find a workable solution that suits for everyone. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Look, I take the point that you and others have made. I do remind you though, I can't remember the exact amount, but we might not be paying for admin and everything, but we are investing, the council is investing, what, 7 to 8, 9 million in facilities, so.
Correct.
We're not putting you onto a professional footing like maybe others, but we certainly are investing in your facilities.
Yeah, and we thank you for that.
For exactly the reasons that you
But that investment's going to be not worth it if we can't use the facilities. That's and we
right.
Can't pay to be there. So it's a waste of money.
Well, we certainly don't want to waste our
No,
money.
no, definitely not. It's very much
Well,
appreciated.
your money, actually.
Yes, exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
John Koning. I'm going to declare a conflict of interest up here at the table.
I have no conflict, but I think Commissioner Rolleston may have one. He should declare it.
So you've got 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning when you've got one left.
Thank you. I appear as a newly elected board member for Tauranga Netball Centre, and I think our submission is number 1165, which should be before you. The current lease, there is a current lease between the Tauranga Netball Centre and the council. That was for 21 years, from the 1st of April 2002 to the 31st of March 2023. That has not been renewed by the council. It currently has an annual rental of $1,125 inclusive of GST. There are no rates payable under the lease, but that provides for 19 courts and associated facilities at Blake Park. So, the proposed fees and charges will affect the Tauranga Netball Centre. As I understand it, the Tauranga Netball Centre will then be charged the $6.05 per square metre plus GST. That's the bare land charge. So my rough calculation as a newly elected board member is there's about 12,000 square metres at Blake Park for the Netball Centre and associated facilities. So the rent will go from $1,125 plus GST to $72,600 plus GST per annum. So, like the other sports groups and organisations submitters, Tauranga Netball Centre can't afford that increase in costs. But I won't go, I did have some more submissions on various other matters, but what I'll get into is that what I think has been completely lost by in the long-term plan and also your policies is that Blake Park is a recreation reserve. It's never mentioned that it's a recreation reserve in any of those policies. In fact, your reserves policy describe it as a active reserve, which is not actually its classification. So it's a recreation reserve as defined in the Reserves Act. It's non-rateable land, as far as I can read it. You are the administering body. You're not the registered proprietors of Blake Park. So you effectively hold it for the benefit of the wider community. And your duty is to administer, manage and control Blake Park in accordance with the Act and in terms of your appointment and the means at your disposal so as to ensure the use, enjoyment, development, maintenance, protection and preservation, as the case may require, of the reserve for the purpose for which it is classified. A recreation reserve, the purpose of that is to provide areas for the recreation and sporting activities and the physical welfare and enjoyment of the public, with emphasis on the retention of open spaces and outdoor recreation activities. So, you have two sets of powers under the Reserves Act. Section 53, which is your powers other than granting a lease. So, as I read that, there are significant limitations on what the Tauranga City Council, as an administering body, can charge for fees for the use of a recreation reserve. So, I'll leave it there. That's for you to perhaps review as you look at these charges. Then there is, of course, the power to lease, Section 54. The Netball Centre currently has one of those leases under the Reserves Act. Okay, so, and that goes to sort of the bargain that I think some of the other submitters have been talking about, where it's effectively a very low rate, but it recognises, and I quote, requires the voluntary organisation to spend a sum of money that, in the opinion of the administering body, is substantial. So the Tauranga Netball Centre is exactly like the tennis courts. It's paid for its club rooms. It's made, I think, a 2/3 contribution to the ceiling of the courts. So there's not a lot of repairs and maintenance by the Tauranga City Council for the Netball Centre. So I think the Reserves Act contemplates reasonable fees and charges that will allow sports clubs and community organisations to achieve the overriding purpose in the Reserves Act, which is the promotion of physical activity and sporting activities outdoors. And your charges, if they don't achieve that purpose, then they can't be levied against sports groups and other organisations. So that's in my submission, how any proposed fees and charges for the Netball Centre at Blake Park must be assessed against the overriding purpose of the Reserves Act.
Any questions? You can't ask any questions.
No.
Do it over dinner.
No, but
thank you
perhaps
very
it would
much.
have helped if maybe the council had looked at that point, those points before putting all these charges out for
Take the
consultation.
point. Thank you. Megan Cleverly?
Oh, We don't look like Megan,
No,
I know.
I was going to say, but I've got to be very careful.
Yes. Apologies. So Megan, our General Manager of the Tauranga Hockey Association, she's on extended sick leave at the moment. So myself and Bevan are representing. So I'm Jitu Patel. I'm the Chairperson of the Tauranga Hockey Association, the board. And Bevan is our Chair of our Facilities Committee on the board.
So welcome. So you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you.
And I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 minute left.
Appreciate that. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much, Commissioners and the staff of Council for their ongoing support and advice and essentially around the renewals of our turf carpets. Essentially, you'll take the submission as read, but just wanted to I guess provide a bit of context around the submission. There are 3 parts to it. So Tauranga Hockey is the sole provider of hockey in the Western Bay of Plenty region, and we operate in a hub and spoke model, delivering programs to the broader community, and 87% of our membership is youth age, so under the age of 18. Yes, yeah. We operate 12 satellites, including various schools and other community centres, and we do that to reduce costs to our members, so they don't have to travel so far, because obviously Paengaroa and Katikati and places like that there's a huge sort of time commitment for members to travel. Our main hub at Blake Park is the base of our competitions, club trainings and tournaments. We have over 96,000 visits to the facility over the year, but that doesn't include the likes of AIMS games and various regional national tournaments that we host as well. So certainly a lot of feet through the facility. Our hub is an integral part of the sport and the recreation network across the city. Our turfs are used by other sporting codes, including rugby and cricket, that operate out of Blake Park. And in terms of the areas that we've submitted on, firstly, the proposed charges for the leased land. Obviously, there's been a lot of comment from previous submitters, so I won't go over that ground. But as you can see from our submission, we really work hard with our volunteer base to keep fees low for our members. Volunteers contribute to running programs, events, etc. So we're not paying people for those roles. We do acknowledge we're in a privileged position where we're occupying a large piece of Blake Park in terms of the artificial surfaces, but that is essential for the delivery of our sport, which it does include hosting regional, national and international events. The proposed costs equate, when we did our calculations, to around $180,000 a year, which, when you put that across our membership, of which 87%, as I mentioned before, under the age of 18, it becomes cost prohibitive. And the large numbers that we will see driven away would be those youth players. The families just wouldn't be able to sustain it in this current environment, at least anyway. Second part from our submission is around our facility. As you would have read, our current facility is not fit for purpose. The remaining lifespan is unknown, but we're working hard to keep it going for the next 5 years. So we've got a plan in place to maintain it for the next 5 years, and we're looking at plans for what we do post that. Part of that is to prepare a feasibility study where we can determine what's best for the sport and the community that uses the facilities. We have been unsuccessful in obtaining external funding from lotteries for the feasibility study, and we'd request that initial amount, which was, I think we got quoted $39,000, is included in the council's in year one of their plan. I think it's the 24-25 year. If that's possible, we would request that so that we can actually plan for the replacement of that facility going forward. The third part of our submission, thank you. The third part of our submission is related to that and would appreciate consideration in the 27 to 28 financial year of the long-term plan for approximately 33% of the total development of the project, up to a maximum of $3.5 million. This funding will enable us to secure other funding and sponsors to complete the build project. We acknowledge that in the current financial environment it will be a challenge, but prepared to do the hard work as we have in the past with our current facility when we built it many years ago. In closing, just as board chair, I'd just like to inform the council we have a very high calibre board who have worked hard over the last few months to develop a strategy for the next 5 years, of which the facility is a major part because of comments from our membership. And we're really focused on achieving those goals. Tauranga Hockey is placed in high regard with Hockey New Zealand, and they acknowledge that this is a great city to attract national, regional and international events, which brings lots of visitors to the city with a positive impact on the local community and the economy. Again, thank you to the council for your support, and we're looking forward to ongoing partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Simon Bouquet.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to our submission. So my name's Adam Elmers and this is Simon Burkett. We're representing both the Mount Maunganui Squash Club and the wider Mount Sports Club. So we're here to talk to our request for funding to develop a new 3-court squash facility. So it's additional to the existing 3 courts over the road here at the Mount Squash Club. We've been working on this project over the last 4 years in conjunction with the Blake Park Master Plan and Council's Spaces and Places team, and just want to take a moment to acknowledge the support of Council through this process, in particular Chelsea Brett, who's been amazing to work with. So I'm just going to talk to some of the key benefits that we've outlined in our proposal. So number one is increasing participation. So the current 3-court facility we have over there is at capacity. We've got around 400 active players. The sport has been growing quite a bit in the last few years. We've roughly doubled the size of our membership in the last 3 years, which is consistent with what Squash New Zealand are seeing. Memberships are growing steadily, but the big growth has been in casual pay-for-play members, which is just a bit more flexible for those types of players getting into squash. We see this as a multi-use community hub, so the new design that we're proposing has movable walls, so instead of having, it can be 3 individual squash courts or it can be 1 larger court, which opens up the space for other sports to also utilise the development. So we've had interest from rugby and netball using it as an indoor training facility, and we also would like to build our school programs, which we don't currently have capacity for. Also, with a modern building and booking system, it will be more appealing for new members to come, particularly those casual pay-for-play members. We think there's a really strong fit with the Blake Park Master Plan. The current building is aged, it's aesthetically outdated, and it has minor structural issues. We think it's going to need money spent on it at some stage, so it would be nice to tie it in with this new development. And obviously it would create a much more modern look, which would be consistent with the wider Blake Park Master Plan. And the last one I want to talk to is event attractions. So combined with the Devoy Squash and Fitness Club over in Tauranga, we would have 13 courts for the city to utilise, which would allow us to host international and national squash events. The direction from World Squash is that they would prefer to see less but larger tournaments. So we would be, or Tauranga would be in a unique position to be able to cater for that direction. And probably one of the few cities in New Zealand that would be able to do that. And we've already seen success recently with the Festival of Squash, so we'd like to work, I mean that's at the top end of the scale, but we'd like to work with council and other organisations on bringing events like that to the city. And the other thing is the proximity to the Adams High Performance Centre, we think would make Tauranga an attractive centre of excellence for New Zealand squash. There's already a number of New Zealand squash representatives that live in the Bay locally, and so hopefully we could create a hub for that admin office to be based down here. I'll just hand over to Simon for some more specifics of the project.
Kia ora, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you. Our proposal has strong support from both Squash New Zealand, Bao Plenty Squash, Sport Bao Plenty, and other sporting codes around the Blake Park area. We have worked with the Council Spaces and Places team to develop the initial design for the 3-court extension, upgrades to the existing building, and expansion to the existing car park of 40 extra spaces, which will benefit the wider Blake Park users. Through the initial design phase and high-level QS work, the estimated cost of development is roughly 4.5 million, of which we're requesting 2.5 million from the Council, with the balance to come from community funders and club contribution. This assumes that the Council would fund 100% of the car park upgrade as part of the wider Blake Park development, which would be able to be used by the wider community, and we are seeking 50% contribution from the Council on the rest of the development costs. We'd ideally be seeking a small amount of this funding in year 1, 24-25, for further design, refinement and planning, and then bulk of the remaining funding in years 2 and 3 of LTP for construction phase.
One minute.
That's the end. Thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks. Any questions?
Sorry, just in terms of the concept plan, so you are working with our team around the master plan and the orientation and connection through to the fields and the orientation, how they kind of work together?
Yes, that's been drawn up.
That was our last conversation, I think, the orientation wasn't.
Yeah.
Right.
At one stage we were looking at doing a whole new building in the middle of the Blake Park.
Yeah.
Because of just the massive cost, it was pulled back, and realignment of rugby fields, and then development of the squash side of the existing building, and hope we can use that as a leapfrog to develop the rest of the building in the future years.
Yeah. But the latest designs do work with the latest orientation of the fields, so we're comfortable with the way that's working. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You can understand our dilemma. On the one hand, we've got all these requests for more investment, but on the other hand, no one wants to pay. Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Robert Patterson. Not coming? Okay. Thank you. Wow. Andrew Von Dales. Oh, you've got a team? Yeah. Oh, I'll have to put an extra buzzer on you. Thank you.
You'll love us. We're not asking for money.
I know. We had a prelude yesterday.
Yeah. Well, you read your papers. That's good to see.
Yes. No, but we had a surprise.
Yes.
A surprise.
Yeah. No. This submission is in strong support of the city actually and what they're doing in the Raeroa Valley. Can I just introduce Lyle Holmes, who is our trust chair, and Michelle Beaton, who is on our committee. She's the president of Sunrise Rotary at the present time. So this submission is in strong support actually of the work that your city is doing in collaboration with partners for the restoration of the valley. It is a really fantastic program. As a bit of background, Tauranga Rotary Centennial Trust was established in 2004 and comprises trustees from the 4 local Rotary clubs, plus 2 trustees from Tauranga City. That's as per the constitution, and also a trustee from the district, Rotary district as well, which goes from Napier, or actually from Waipakarau through to over to the other coast. In the time the trust's been in existence, which was 2004, we've raised in excess of $2 million for the restoration work in the valley. And that, on top of that, has been hundreds and hundreds of hours of volunteer work in both pest control, planting and the redevelopment. The valley's iconic, and it's the largest wetland redevelopment being undertaken in any Australasian city, but probably it's the largest globally as a wetland within the urban city limits. I'm not sure on that, but it probably is. Yeah, and you know, it's an absolute gem that we have that within our city boundaries, and so your work, you know, we just want to congratulate you for the work and commitment that you've undertaken for the restoration. As far as our trust's aspiration goes, which is on about page 4, the trust is philanthropic and works closely with local communities as well as international communities alike. We see the Valley Wetland Restoration as closely aligning with the aspirations of Rotary International. Our trust is committed to the ongoing restoration of plant diversity, assisted by pest management to support the return of the indigenous animal/bird species in the area. And we see this as a vital and necessary a way to improve the native ecosystems within the boundaries of Tauranga City. Our trust recognises that community awareness of this reserve among locals and visitors is a key component of our aspirations. And I don't think either you or us have done particularly well in that so far. So this recognising your term as commissioners, but this is a message to staff that I think we can do better. We're now on the last page. What we're looking for is recognition, one, of our support, and two, for an ongoing collaboration approach to the restoration of this fantastic wetland, recognising the value of strong collaboration between Tauranga City, Bay of Plenty Regional Council, local iwi and the four Rotary clubs is absolutely essential if we're going to have success, ongoing success. Ongoing support of our trust by the City Council is requested to ensure that we can continue to meet our objectives. And it includes, one thing we say we're not looking for money, but we probably do need to update the reserve management plan, which was done in 2018. I don't think it needs rewriting completely, but it needs to be tweaked now that we've moved on. There's been so much work done in the last 5 years there that we probably, just so that we can, both your staff and our volunteers can be very focused. We also require under the constitution of the trust 2 appointments from Tauranga City to our board. And I think we talked about that this morning at our meeting, and your staff actually said we do have what Warren Aitken is, but he hasn't, I know they're all busy, and we haven't seen Warren for a while, and he's the only one left as a trust, so we do need to be in line with our constitution to have one more. And it could be, that's up to you as commissioners and you, Marty, as staff, to work out how we do that. It's not arduous. It's, we meet bi-monthly and for about an hour. So we try to get through our work. Most of what we do is with the volunteers on the ground stuff, but you still need to have an administrative. And we had Michael Vodanovich, who was the City Partners leader. He was fantastic, his help and support and fundraising for us. And you seem to have disestablished that position. And I wonder if you think about that, because that he might have been exceptional, but I thought at least I thought he was, and he was very helpful to us in actually getting our funding proposals through to good outcomes. So basically this is just in support of you and just looking for ongoing. We understand your financial constraints. In the last 4 years, you've funded the actual plants for the planting each year, and we're undertaking that we will endeavour to raise that money ourselves. We're out of COVID and that now, and so we're stepping up, recognising the constraints the city has, but we still need a really strong commitment to that valley, and somehow we have to promote it better because it is a gem, an absolute gem in this city. So that's our submission.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? No. The only thing that came out of in the conversation yesterday was along the same lines. Use us. We're prepared to raise some funds to contribute. At one stage, I think when you came to us, might have been the last long-term plan, there was some resistance to using volunteers for planting. Are we through that?
Yes, we are. That's a health and safety issue for there are. We work through it. We have our own health and safety in-house, retired expert, and so we do have a very full health and safety plan, and we do.
Staff are happy to.
And they've been very collaborative. Okay. Yeah, and we're aware of the constraints. We've actually put in, made sure when we're doing our baiting that they actually have on hand when they're doing it, first aid kits, for instance. That sort of stuff. So
there's always a way through it. It just takes a bit of time.
There's always a natural concern, particularly from the council, that everybody's doing everything right.
Yeah.
And we have a very strong commitment towards that as well.
Okay.
So,
all right. Look, that's great. Thank you very much. Good to see you recycling paper.
I don't have any ordinary paper.
Thanks very much. Okay. That's Andrew. So Nigel, priority one. Is it it's getting really cold in here. Can we do something about the air conditioning? I don't know, I'm freezing. Didn't bring a jacket. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. So, just the microphone there will pick you up. You've got a loud voice, but you've got 5 minutes. I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 minute left.
Thanks. So I'm not going to talk to everything in our submission, just to the key points really. Firstly, well done on getting an LTP that takes into account the city's growth and is oriented towards that. So as of 2023, you've heard me say this before, 76% population increase since the turn of the century. So we'd be extremely naive to think that similar growth rates weren't going to happen over the next 24 odd years. So it's really important to make sure that we, cater for that growth and don't end up with the same issues that we have now. So well done on that. Onto specific issues, you'll note in our submission we didn't support the industrial commercial rate split, and that's just because we went out and had a chat to a lot of people, a lot of our members and others. No one supported that split, so therefore we're just relaying that back, that it doesn't seem to be viewed that positively at all. There's a lot of support from us and others around the general theme of having beneficiaries pay for gains, and I guess growth paying for growth. And I guess the rating changes that you're making in other areas seem to take that into account, so that would seem very logical and a good way for the future. Onto the more substantive stuff, and on that line, smart trip or variable road pricing, we have very, very strong support for the reason that we are at rock bottom as far as our transport network is at the moment, and if we pursue the same means of funding that over the course of the next 10 or 20 years, we'll end up with the same or worse results. So it's a no-brainer that we would look at alternative measures for that, and we would heartily encourage you to keep on that line, and we're very happy to work with you and the business community to help facilitate that. Clearly there are some concerns that you do hear in the community though, particularly around affordability, and also clearly we have a substandard public transport network, so alternatives aren't free and easy for people to use. So those would be two things to cover off as you go through that set of investigations, and I'm sure you'll get that away. And of course this will take a bunch of years before it actually happens anyway, so there's plenty of time to get things straight before then. So we heartily support that. And then the other substantive piece was around encouraging development in the city centre, which you asked for. So it's long been our view that there's a couple of really good things you could do to encourage that, and I guess that's on the background of the city actually is really on the way. We released the blueprint a couple of years ago outlining about $2 billion worth of development. That development's mainly in office buildings and high-end apartments, and there's a real need to bring in kind of mid-priced and affordable housing, particularly residential housing, to that area. So what we suggest is a couple of things to delay development contributions until the project is finished. That allows growth to pay for growth still. But what it does do is provide a financial picture for a developer and investor that is better than they would get in the rest of the city. Currently, the theory is let's do stuff in the CBD because the infrastructure is already there and paid for, but that's not reflected in what someone would pay financially. So, of course, there's less incentive. So deferring development contributions is really important. And you could look at reducing those as well if you were really after it for certain types of development we would recommend. The second part that would really make a difference is to have a dedicated resource, probably only just one, to helping developers and investors with projects of a certain size get things away quickly, right? Any time is additional risk, which costs more. So if we're serious about getting people to do more in the city, and we should be because it's really got some momentum now, then those are two easy things to do. Other than that, well done, you've tackled some of the chunky issues in this long-term plan. I know that's not easy to do, so well done on doing that. It hasn't always been done in the city, so well done on that, and good luck in your deliberations.
Thanks very much, Nigel. We've got 1 minute, so we've got an opportunity. I guess we had a conversation last night with the Property Council, who again reflected this, that the industrial rate, and there seems to be, so when we put the commercial rate up, we had really good support from the commercial sector because they knew they should be paying more. They accepted that as long as they were seeing stuff delivered. Well, I think we've managed to do that with an increase in capital delivery from 100 million a year to 400 million a year. But we're not seeing that same acceptance from the industrial sector, despite the fact that they know that transport is their biggest. They're the biggest users of our transport. They know the big projects are the ones that are going to assist them the most. But to get to any of those big roads, of course, they have to use all the local roads. And so we didn't even get a sort of a glimmer of good feedback from them. They seem to think they're being double dipped through the paying through the TSP and sort of cut and pasted. So all the submissions we've had are the same, that's been produced by one person. So if you've got some better discussion from the industrial sector, it would be helpful to us?
Yeah, the feedback we've had, and I think if you look back to when you increased the commercial rates, that had been talked about for a long time, but no one had actually got in the room with people and talked to them about the benefit. And it was successful, right? You didn't get anyone disagree with you on that, and that's really helped in terms of the city's financial picture. I don't think it's been as well explained in terms of what the industrial rate would do to help out with the benefits. Plus you've got Smart Trip on top of that, plus you've got IFF, so there's probably a bit more in the story and the explaining of that. I think people get it that, well, of course, industrial's probably going to be a heavier use on the roads, but there's not quite that kind of line between the cost and the benefit that's easy to draw. So, and that's what we put in our submission. That's certainly something you should revisit, particularly based on what happens with the road pricing side of it.
Okay, all right. Any other questions for Nigel?
Yep. Quick one, Chair. Nigel, in terms of development contributions, you mentioned that in some cases potentially a reduction for some types of development. I just wanted to understand what you had in mind in terms of those types of development.
I'd go residential housing that's under the average house price. Yeah. I think there's a real need to have people living in the city centre. So if we look at our plan, we've got definitely there'll be more people working there. Definitely there'll be more people studying there. And then the other component of people living, well, we've got one part of the housing market now, but there's not been that kind of mid to lower end take off. And having seen what I've seen around feasibilities, you've done some good work there, but probably needs just a little nudge there just to help that viability. So work with developers around that. I'm sure you'll be able to find something that works well, and we're happy to help out with that.
Okay, no, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Simon.
Thanks.
So we've got Robert Morgenstern.
Yes.
Sorry, we are running a little late, but it is hard to keep 5 minutes moving along.
Oh, it's exciting. Good. It's kind of like a hybrid of speed dating and the Dragon's
Yes,
Den.
it does remind us of speed dating, sorry.
No, it's good. Kia ora everybody, Tommy Kāpai tēnei, araha mai for my
I was going to say you don't look much like Robert.
Yeah, he's the mad, I'm the mad Māori, he's the crazy German. Yeah, just come off the 18th hole at the golf course. That's why I'm very excited. He push biked across and beat me. And what a great golf course Tauranga golf course is. Just saying. The Happy Hikoi, we've presented to you the Happy Hikoi, our first project. That's been completed for Te Tuinga. I've recently retired from Te Tuinga, so I'm teaming up with the crazy German. And the response to the Happy Hikoi was pretty much overwhelming, and the magic moment was when we were the dessert for Rob McLeod's Farewell for Quayside. And from that, we got a lot of feedback that the people of the city didn't really know their own history. And to move forward, it was essential for everybody to know where we're coming from, to create a 90-minute exciting visual journey through the history of this place through AI. So that's where we've got to as of right now. We've met and talked to some amazing people. We hope to be on track to have one of those stories ready for the Pukahinahina commemoration on what date?
End of April.
That one, end of April. I'm going to pass it over to Rob because he's the magic man that makes it all happen. I'm just the wahanui that tells us.
Without Tommy, nothing of this would have happened. Kia ora everyone, and thanks for your time and attention. I'm Rob, the crazy German, but I'm also a producer and director over from Berlin, Germany, where I've worked about 20 years in the industry and was lucky enough to work with several partners around the globe, BBC, Nat Geo, Arte, ZDF, mostly TV networks. And when I came to Tauranga about 2 years ago, because I moved back to New Zealand with my family, my wife's Kiwi and she's from around here, I was like, what the heck is Tauranga? Where did I land? And what happened here? I had no idea before. We barely visited, and suddenly I got quite interested into my new home. And at the same time, I was struggling to actually understand the city and struggling to understand its history, to try to understand its culture. And luckily, I've met a lot of people like Tommy along the way who gave me an open and an in and an understanding into the diverse layers of this beautiful community. But what I could see from bringing my background in was the stories are missing. the stories are missing for tourists, the stories are missing for the people who live here. And then I came across a video actually 2 years ago which asked in an interview, like, don't stop thinking what you, Tauranga can do for you, what can you do for Tauranga? And I'm like, well, I'm a film director, so I'm amazed by all the stories around here, and I hope I can be part of bringing some of these stories to life over the next few weeks and months. There's an immense amount of talented people around that I was lucky enough to meet since I basically came here and opened up a studio on Devonport Road. It's opposite the library. It was a rubble estate first, and we put some chairs and some tables and a coffee machine. And since then, this place is humming, and a lot of people come and interact and change their stories. And I've met people who worked in The Hobbit, filmmakers, artists, storytellers of all sorts. I know I keep it short. Anyway, momentum rose with Tommy and the Happy Hikoi because he was the first one to actually said, let's look into some exciting local myth, some Maori history, some local history, what can we get there? The response was overwhelming. Now we are on track to make a 90-minute cinema documentary to be hopefully included later on in the development of the city center or in cinemas or on cruise ships. We will be quite quick, so we aim to finish within 2 years. And when I say we will be, we're already underway. We've been shooting over the last few weeks. I've got actually a few pictures here to give you a quick idea. I know the time is short, but if you want to...
Run, Rob, run.
Run! So this is how the Happy Hikoi looked like, and we're looking into, like, these are some pre-visualizations. But here you can see what we're doing with the technology at the moment to shoot like with real actors in the museum, in the collection of Tauranga's amazing history, Tauranga, and use the local stories to reenact them and animate them into a cinematic experience. That's the studio. To entertain people and to educate and to bring stories to life that are rich and that are from here.
1 minute.
1 minute.
I'm nearly there. So you might, what are we looking for, Tommy?
Like everybody else, we want to be part of the long-term plan of Tauranga. I know there is a pocket in there for filmmaking. I just think it's, as Oscar Nathan said in the 2 presentations we did all the staff, this is a game changer for Tauranga tourism. To be able to put this together and watching Rob do the original cannons and the original uniforms and create 1,700 soldiers, you are sitting in the Battle of Gate Pa, and I think it will make the museum and who we met with yesterday, which is the chair of the Pukahinahina Trust, I think we can fast track everything and have some amazing stuff ready as soon as April and roll out everything. The Port of Tauranga story, the Zespri story. We've got 14 really good stories. We're starting with Hawata Palmer. We're doing his story. He will be the old storyteller with Rion, the young storyteller. We've put some pretty magic stuff together, and it's just an exciting project. And my minute is up.
It is. So are you working with Greg?
We've been kind of been asked to present to Greg, and we haven't quite sat down there. I think Greg's pretty much working around the art gallery and that. I haven't personally met him, but it would be good to meet with him. I think his project could align, as we could align with all the other projects. But I think we're kind of a little, not standalone, but we're pretty focused on, well, this is going to be the rest of my retirement doing this project. So yeah, we're willing to work with everyone. Yesterday was good, just talking to the Pukahinahina Trust, because they're struggling. I mean, they're looking at 9 years. The museum is looking at 9 years. We're looking at 9 weeks for the first story, and 9 months will be well down the track, which is great. Your time's up. You can't talk anymore.
Oh, sorry. We've been lucky to be in touch with Dean already, who is supporting. So we are in touch and conversation also with the company that Greg is closely working with, and I'm back and forth with him over the summer weeks. Like, we want to catch up. It was just a question of timing until now that we haven't actually caught up on this in depth.
Dean's part of the development of the museum.
And the team.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank
nice
you.
to see you, Tommy.
Thank you, guys.
I didn't think you'd retire.
Russ never sleeps.
Darlene's not coming. Have we got Greg here?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to stay here because he's too hard.
So, you've been here a while. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll tell you when you've got 1 minute left.
Yep, don't worry, I won't take too long, I don't think. So, right. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today regarding the potential implementation of congestion or smart charging initiatives within our city. While I'm generally in favour of such forward-thinking measures, I must express my reservations about the current proposal. Firstly, I believe there are simpler changes that could be made to our roading network that would yield better results. It seems that little effort has been made to explore efficiencies within our existing infrastructure. Rather than rushing into new schemes, we should focus on optimising what we already have in place. Secondly, I must highlight the Council's track record of poorly executed transport designs and implementations. Examples such as Cameron Road's obstacle-filled bike lanes, Bethlehem's bike lane on the wrong side, and Tocha Street's dog breakfast of a bike lane demonstrate a pattern of poor design and botched execution, resulting in wasted resources and frustrated residents. It is difficult to support new initiatives when past endeavours have failed so spectacularly. Furthermore, the recent flurry of changes to the network raises questions about the viability of congestion charging. The frequency of alteration casts doubt on the business case for further interventions. On a separate note, I must voice my concerns regarding the proposal to charge for field bookings, a move that has alarmed local clubs. As someone deeply involved in various sports organisations, I am troubled by the implication that recreational activities could become prohibitively expensive for our community, leading to a loss of clubs and the valuable services they offer. It is hard to see how the financial gain from such a scheme would outweigh the negative effects on the community. This proposal contradicts the Council's purported values of leadership, vision and investment, revealing instead a tendency to burden citizens with unnecessary fees and restrictions. In conclusion, while I support the concept of congestion or smart charging initiatives in principle, I cannot endorse the current proposal given the issues outlined above. I urge the Council to reconsider its approach and prioritise practical solutions that benefit all residents of our city. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks very much. So you're a cyclist, I take it? You're a cyclist?
I'm not allowed to.
You're not allowed to?
The missus doesn't let me ride down Tocha Street. Yeah.
Okay. I was just going to ask you,
I have been, yes.
Because you talk about Cameron Road and the bus shelters and the rubbish bins that are in the cycle. So we question that too. So that's a discussion between us and the Regional Council about people who get on and off buses.
Yeah.
So it's not that the council's messed it up. It's just that the Regional Council believes that having the bus shelters in that location is safer for people who are getting on and off buses. And that's the conflict that you get when you're trying to mix pedestrians, cyclists, and public transport along with cars. So I don't think any of us have got it right, but I'm not saying that we're wrong and they're right, or we're wrong and they're wrong and we're right. It's the problem with the conflict.
Shouldn't that be fixed at the design stage?
Well,
I don't understand how it gets to that point, and then someone looks at it and is like,
but
was this a
everyone's
good
got
idea?
to agree in the design stage, and what I'm saying to you is they don't agree.
Yeah,
because you've got bus patrons versus cyclists. Now, cyclists, when we met with them, said, we can go around any obstacle, because we're talking about trees, we can go around any obstacle as long as we've got clear vision of it. So if you put something in a cycleway, as long as there's clear vision of that, we can go around it. And there's plenty of room and plenty of opportunity. So I guess that's where the design ended up. Whether we agree with that, commissioners would probably say we don't, but that's where we end up. I'm gonna let Stephen ask you a question about road pricing, because I'm sure he has one.
Yeah, well, I think thank you for your support for the concept. I hear your concern in your submission is not so much the introduction of road user pricing, but actually the execution track record has been poor to date, and you're concerned about that. Is that?
And I think that it's a solution for a problem that currently exists, but there's been so much change up to this point. I don't understand the benchmark on which you could make a decision.
Yeah. It's predicated on a 40% increase in traffic in Tauranga over the next 20 years that we simply can't deliver even the public transport, let alone the roading network required to support that, without some sort of means of managing the demand on the system. That's the guts of it. And if we don't do something, if we don't change our direction in some way, the city will become as bad, if not worse, than Auckland in terms of congestion. That's the dilemma.
And then the ability to pay for the major projects.
Yeah, the irony of it is that the more demand, the more infrastructure we have to put in place, the more need for funding. And where does that funding come from?
Yep.
So it would be smarter to reduce demand, which also raises funding, which enables us to improve the system. Hence the name Smart Trip.
But you still have to execute it properly. Understand
Correct. Or figure it out during the planning process, perhaps. So.
that? Try and get agreement between all those conflicts. Because particularly when you take an existing road, people are already using it in a certain way, and you're trying, like Tortoise Street, which is our major industrial road, isn't it? It's the major road servicing the port, and yet people want to cycle on it. People want to use it as a way to get to and from the mount, and so you've got all those conflicts that you're constantly trying to manage, and you can't just keep building on extra lanes, because again, the affordability of that is difficult. So the long term for that area, we'll see it looking quite different, I think. But that'll be next 10 years, and we've still got to find the funding for it. But look, thank you very much. I think you raised some good points, and it's a good discussion for us to have with the community. Thanks for coming.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Okay, and on that note, we're going to take a break now until 5:30. So the meeting will resume at 5:30. Phil Mulligan up from the Automotai Football Club. Hi, Phil.
Hi there.
How are you? So come on up, just make sure you're speaking close to the mic there so that, just a reminder to everyone that this is being videoed and going out live and then is available on YouTube. Phil, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay.
And I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 minute left.
Great, thank you very much. From now, yep, all good.
Yep.
Okay. Afternoon all. We understand you have heard a large number of these similar submissions with the majority, particularly in a sporting context with a similar theme. So I hope our few minutes can support these submissions and provide some key points specific to our own club and community. I'm here to speak as President on behalf of Automotai Football Club, currently the largest football club in the Bay of Plenty region. As one of the larger clubs, we often face a misconception of being well off and comfortable financially. With many overheads from competition fees, staff, building, leases, equipment, apparel and other operating costs, as well as trying to provide the best possible service for our members and ensure we can remain inclusive through our pricing and putting on various free and other initiatives to benefit our community. Our past 2 years have been evidence of the challenges with back-to-back losses due to the challenges most are facing with rises in most areas. The proposed sports field charges and building lease charges we believe will have a negative impact on not just us as a club, but our membership as a whole, with the only solution we have been to pass these costs on to the end user, which with the current proposed fees will have a detrimental impact on participation. A number of our senior players are not just players but relied on to serve the club through various voluntary roles for our junior and youth players, so this will also have a knock-on impact. From viewing some of the submissions and discussions so far, we understand Council face its own challenges to make ends meet and also comparisons with other Council land users, in particular from a sporting context, indoor court and sports facilities. We believe this is an impossible comparison to make with outdoor sports, particularly on our own context at Ferguson Park. Our facility is a public park. It is not privately owned. It does not have exclusive use. The grass will be mowed regardless of football being played. The general upkeep of the park will need to be maintained regardless. For clubs, and specifically senior players, only to pay the bill for this, we will not believe is a fair, reflective way for this to be imposed. The key sport-specific costs related to club is line marking. While it's great Council have taken on this service the past couple of years, as a club, we were paying for this prior to Council taking this on. We recognise each sport has its specific needs, so this is a broad analysis. However, believe this is something far more measurable than the current plucked out fee to charge clubs for the sport's specific costs such as line marking. Another point we wish to make in comparison to indoor sports in each outdoor facility is the quality of the facility. Last year at Ferguson Park we faced over 20 cancellations throughout the year where the fields were not able to be used due to being underwater and under other weather conditions. Each park outdoor space in Tauranga has varying levels of quality, so have a blanket cost to cover the lot seems unfair. Similar to indoor space, for example, a court at the Mercury Arena will be different to hiring a court at Mahere School. This leads us on to our next point with a long-term plan of what is the plan for parks such as Ferguson Park and its future, not just in the short term but long term and beyond. We have been in ongoing discussions with Council around the clear improvements Ferguson needs in both its quality of surface and drainage. However, this seems to be overlooked with our recent discussions being told Ferguson Park will be underwater by 2070, so the work previously planned no longer making sense to go ahead. This for us is obviously a worrying sign for the future, and with a lack of other suitable spaces around. Not to digress much further into this issue, but this is the type of long-term plan we want to engage in and support, not something thrown out of all the various ways to make money, but what has been done to improve our city. In summary, we acknowledge an introduction of field charges is likely coming. However, highlighting this as a first and introduction of any cost for this service, we believe a more thought-out figure needs to be put in place with strong rationale and realism to ensure community clubs do not go under. Our community can still participate in sport without being priced out.
Thanks, Phil. Did you say the staff had said the park would be underwater by 2070?
Yeah, that's information we've received.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a long way away.
I know. Yeah, so, well, hopefully you don't do nothing for 50 years, you know. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
No,
Thank you very
We'll
much.
follow up on that. Thank you. No questions? Right.
All right,
Thank you.
great.
David Walton. Creaton Scouts. Oh, look, and
Good
you've got your
evening.
toggle.
Yes, didn't manage the full uniform. It's, but yeah, was trying to get some of our youth to come down as well. But unfortunately, from Greaton and the traffic this time of day isn't
That's right.
quite
It's not
the
conducive.
easiest.
Not conducive.
Yes. So,
So you've got 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning. If I don't think you're just winding up, I'll give you a warning that you've got another
yeah,
minute.
nah, thank you. So, I'm the group leader for Greaton Scout Group. As a group, we are deeply concerned about a proposal that could have dire consequences, not only for our organisation, but for the wider community. The proposal suggests increasing the land lease by a staggering 431% at full market rate for our hall, to raise revenues under the user pay schemes to fund other sites. So let me paint you a picture. Imagine your scout den facing a rent hike from $2,049 to $5,445 under the 50% rebate offered for the community clubs, or a whopping $10,890 at the full rate. Such a decision is not just detrimental, but alarming for both the Greaton Scouts and other scout groups in Tauranga who use community halls and the community at large. Scouts, as you know, is a non-for-profit organisation dedicated to empowering our young people. Annually, we empower the lives of 13,000 youth across New Zealand, with over 100 in Tauranga alone, fostering personal development, adventure and community engagement. Our volunteers contribute their time, skills and expertise to nurture the next generation of leaders. The Greaton Scout Group has been operating for over 60 years and offers structured programs that instill life skills and community awareness. We cater for children aged 5 to 14-year-olds within our group. Other groups go older, but within our group we've just got 5 to 14-year-olds, and we hail from various neighbourhoods from Greaton, Otamaito, Welcome Bay and the nearest sites. However, the proposed rent increase threatens our existence. As a registered charity, we rely heavily on membership dues to sustain operations. With just $40 per child per school term after our national allegations, we barely cover basic expenses, let alone programme costs. The suggested increase would force us to hike our dues to unsustainable levels, ultimately driving away the members and risking the closure of Greaton Scouts. Moreover, the financial strain intensifies existing hardships that we're already facing with our low-wage earners in our community. The rent hike will deepen social division, fostering resentment and antisocial behaviour already rife around our youth, who already feel excluded from a positive community engagement opportunity, such as Scouts and and other community-based groups. I've already been looking prior to this at alternative ways to find funding for those who can't afford to stay within the group due to cost, such as trying to increase youth numbers, fundraising events, but these will prove futile amongst volunteer shortages as people don't have the time due to work and the rising living costs associated. The dilemma isn't just local, I feel. It reflects a global trend of increasing division and inequality of those who have and those who have not. So in closing, I implore you to reconsider this proposal. Think beyond the short-term revenue gains and consider the long-term social and current impact on the community. Let us strive for a better Tauranga.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you go off to Jamboree this
I didn't, no, but maybe next time. We've got some other counts coming up.
My granddaughter was there.
Was there?
Was one of the lucky ones that didn't get COVID, but had found a
Yes.
wonderful
It was a
time.
fantastic time with lots and lots of
Yeah.
youth activities.
Okay, any questions for that? You do pay a lot, don't you, to your national office? Out of your fees?
Yes. There is plans in the long term to stop that. They've put into place some funding schemes that in the future, when that dividend pays off, that we won't have this. Australia have done it before and already there, and we're still a few years away. So that is coming, and then it will just be
That will make a difference.
a huge difference. Yeah,
Some
and
of
it
those
is.
families.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Thanks for the work that you do. Okay. Gretchen. Tauranga Croquet Club.
That's right.
So 5 minutes, Gretchen. I'll give you warning when you've got a minute to go.
Yes, I don't think I'll be that long. Okay, I know there's already been a lot of in-depth presentations to the user pays proposal, such as the depth of the feeling across the community. The user pays proposal came as a total surprise to many and seems to be a proposal put together with very little thought. Has any impact analysis been completed? Has impact on smaller sporting codes and organisations affected been taken into account? We would agree with user pay as long as it's fair and equitable. I understand about 5% of sporting clubs using leased areas from the Tauranga City Council pay for their own maintenance. So what would be fair in charging those clubs a user pays fee? Unlike many sports fields, where the ratepayer does cover the maintenance costs, but the users don't pay a cent towards those costs. What extras will the 5% of leaseholders get for this user pays fee? Last financial year, the Tauranga Croquet Club expenses exceeded $38,000, $26,000 of which was to maintain the lawns. These costs are covered by members' annual subscriptions, income raised from tournaments, grants and hard work. Most of the maintenance work is carried out voluntarily by members. We only employ contractors for work requiring machinery we don't have. If the user pays charge is implemented, it will add approximately $24,000 to our club's costs. And this rate is generously discounted by 50% because the council kindly acknowledged that the estimated original rate of $12.10 per square metre would be unaffordable to many community organisations that lease reserve land. Otherwise, we'd be looking at a figure of over $45,000. To cover this cost would create a financial barrier, which would certainly see our club membership drastically decline with such an unaffordable cost, unlike the current increase we have in our membership. If the council were undertake all the maintenance required to keep the lawns in the top condition they're currently in, then paying the user pays fee could be justified, replacing the costs we cover taking care of the lawns ourselves. Our lawns provide a well-used community facility with many groups and businesses using the lawns and equipment throughout the year. If this user pays model is accepted across all playing fields, many of those currently taking part and enjoying sports will be pushed out with the pay-to-play fee because these costs will fall to them to cover. This would have a severe detrimental effect on our entire community across all age spectrums. We should be trying to encourage people, young and old, to get out and enjoy exercise and fresh air for the known health and wellbeing benefits, not drive them out with an ill-thought user pays scheme. This user pays proposal will kill off many sports clubs across Tauranga. The proposal seems to lack any understanding of the social wellbeing of the community. Certainly look at charging some of the bigger sporting codes a user pay fee to cover the huge costs involved in maintaining their sports facilities, but also take into account the smaller sporting codes and organisations around the city who pay all their own costs to maintain their facilities with absolutely no burden on the ratepayers of Tauranga. This proposed user pays model needs a lot of thought before being accepted. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So can I just clarify, so that the Croquet Club owns all its buildings?
Yes.
And maintains all of those and the greens?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ourselves.
Okay, anything else?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. We got Michelle Bull? No. Nathan Bonney?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity for my submission today. My name is Nathan Bonney, as you've mentioned.
I'm a Tauranga resident, have been for 7 years, happy to call it home. My submission today is personal, but it's going to echo, I think, every comment we've heard today. A couple of comments. I note in the preamble of the long-term plan there's reference to a legal or statutory requirement to develop and submit these plans. It's logical that all cities have these plans in place. However, I do feel much of the proposed plan has not been generated by community engagement. I'm hearing that again here. And further, as a Tauranga resident, and not personally, I find it extremely disappointing that this has happened under the Commission's watch. I haven't read all 1,684 submissions, and I feel for you having to do that. But there does appear to be a considerable consistency and resistance to a number of the proposals. I do hope feedback from the submissions and from these sessions is taken on board and plans amended accordingly. There are two areas, personally, I feel long-term plan I'd like to speak to. Firstly, the proposed stadium. I don't think personally we need a $20 million stadium. I'd be sceptical of any business plan and I'm very concerned that the long-term implications for ratepayers is going to be they pay for it and pay for it and pay for it. And then secondly on that, and flowing onto it, the proposed location, and it's very concerning it's going to displace a number of clubs and organisations, which is a second topic of a major concern, and one we've already heard from today. The user pay model. There's only 2 pages within the submission from the plan from what I can read, but its implications are significant. You've heard today already a number of clubs and some community groups, and there's a few more yet to speak. Benefits from these clubs, organisations are significant, way beyond health and well-being. You know, they create society, they create community, and if we lose any of these, we will be all poorer for it. I'm personally a member of several clubs and have been active in clubs all my life, and I hope and presume, given your social standing and positions, that you are as well. Sun Live has done an excellent job reporting on a number of these clubs and the implications, and also the broader user groups. One of these that came into particular attention was Men's Shed, and they've said that they will probably end up closing, and this is a real worrying concern. Men's Sheds do great things for the members, usually older gentlemen, gives them a sense of purpose, sense of engagement, and in turn they do great things for the community that they're in. And there will be other organisations like Men's Shed. We're going to hear from many of them. Then it comes down to the practicality of the plan. One of them in terms of the time for training on fields, and one that particularly found amusing was the user pay in terms of access for yacht clubs, for instance, in and out of dinghies. Now, anyone that's been around the club and seen kids, good luck trying to count number of dinghies they're putting out of the water on any given day. Particularly impractical when you think around things that are happening or not happening at the moment. If you take a walk down Pilot Bay on any weekend, you'll see the trailer park there and it'll be full of cars parked in the trailer only parking. Walk around the mount, there'll be cars parked on the grass, the same around Mount Jury. There's revenue sitting there now for the council to ticket and tow these cars and really create a sense of, these are the sort of things that you should be doing in society and these things you shouldn't. So introducing user pay type principles, which are impractical, will impact on clubs and societies negatively, I think is not in our best interest, and I'm very glad to hear that other people have spoken to that today as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, the mandate that we have from the government, previous government, was to deliver the long-term plan.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So that's why we're in this process.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Democratic process, we have to follow the same. There's no difference whether you're a commissioner or a council. There's a whole legislative process that we have to go through. So that's where we are.
Yep.
And listening to the community
It does,
part of it.
and you're going through that process now, and I'm sure you've had many days of this, but it does feel like a number of these things are popping up now, and it doesn't feel like there was a lot of community engagement prior to that plan being delivered.
Well, the main thing is that we listen to the community.
And we're looking forward to that.
Make the decisions. Any questions? Thank you
I've got a couple of. Have I still got a couple of minutes?
You've got half a minute.
Great. Any commissioners that are members of clubs locally here in Tauranga?
Look, that's not what this is about.
Well,
okay. So we've got 2 people who live here.
Yep.
May well have had a history, but that's actually not what's on the table at the moment. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, obviously I can't answer the question, that's fine. But I would encourage you to think around it, and I'm sure you're going to hear it several times again today. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, Phil Hanson. Phil, from the Woodcrafters Guild. Very good friend of mine.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm the president of the Tauranga Woodcrafters Guild, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. We're a not-for-profit community services group, mostly retirees. Our workshop is in the Cherokee Place Reserve in the Mount. We've prepared a written submission opposing the long-term plan proposal to increase leaseholder fees, and I'm speaking to that today on behalf of the 85 members of the Guild. Our membership is mostly retired people, both men and women. We've been in operation since about 1986, 87. For the last 10 or so years, our membership has been fairly static, between 80 and 90 people in a given year. We built our own workshop in 2014 on the Cherokee Place Reserve, and it's used every day of the week, bar Fridays and Sundays. The objective of the Guild is to help people engage in woodcrafting as a hobby activity, and we belong to the National Association of Woodcrafters in New Zealand. And essentially we're providing an environment for people to interact socially and to engage in a craft activity. We only work with wood, unlike the men's shed, so things like carving, marquetry, turning, scroll saw work, toy making, etc. Our workshop, we've equipped ourselves with expensive but also hazardous equipment to use, and it's all owned by the club. We undertake charitable work for the community. For many years we've made wig stands for patients suffering cancer, chemotherapy, and for the last few years we've been making, and we give at no charge to them, to the Parkinson Society in Tauranga, the red tulips that are sold as a fundraiser for their organisation. We've done about $8,000 of those in the last 2 years. We teach woodcrafting skills to adults. We do the same for disadvantaged primary age children and for homeschool children. The Cherokee Place Reserve is part of the stormwater reserve in that area. It's ideal as a small park and as a place to site not-for-profit buildings like ours. However, we contend that its real underlying commercial value is low. It floods in heavy rainfall events, which is why our building consent said that the piles had to be 600 millimetres higher than they would otherwise have been. It's to lift the floor above the inundation levels. And we've personally encountered flooding ankle deep, calf deep as we walk out to our cars across the park. Everything we do is based on volunteers. No one receives a payment. People join us because they want to socialise, to problem solve. That's very, very important, to teach, to learn, and socialising is very important for maintaining the mental health of older people. It's important, I think, to realise people retire to something, not from something, and that's what we provide. We're a hobby group, and subscriptions are the only way we have to pay our operating costs, which all keep climbing. And higher operating costs, of course, means higher subscription fees. That's the only way we've got to deal with it. And so we're submitting that the proposed increase in leaseholder fees is excessive. We think it's all very well to talk about charging market rates, but please then give credit for the value that not-for-profits contribute to the community. And this, together with the Cherokee Place location being part of the Stormwater Reserve, and that we're already using the workshop essentially full-time, that membership subscriptions are needed to pay the higher leasehold fees, and our members are mostly retirees with limited income. leads me to our submission that we consider the leaseholder fees should not be increased as per the proposal.
Thank you very much. Any questions? So you actually own your own building?
We own our own building, we
And
pay
you
all the
maintain
maintenance, insurance, and power, everything.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
We've got Richard Hart. Oh. Welcome. So 5 minutes, and I'll give you a 1 minute warning if you're not winding up by that stage.
Sure. Thank you for your time. 5 minutes isn't much. I made comments on lots in the annual plan. I'm only going to focus on one thing, my standard one, which is Te Tumu Park. And I'm going to start with, because I'm conscious that you guys are here until the election. You've got 6 months. It'll probably embed the 10-year plan. I know there's a couple of planners at least in front of me with long history, and they'll still have long history after you're no longer commissioners and may have influence. So first thing I'm going to talk about it is this fella, Peter Rolliston, and this is just a little excerpt that I couldn't resist reading out. Soft-spoken and humbled leader, advocate for Maori, selfless spokesperson, historian, researcher, beloved husband, father of 5, grandfather of 9. And in here it talks about a story where every day one of the grandchildren watches grandfather looking out the window at the Papamā Hills, day after day. Eventually sort of says, "Koro, what are you doing?" Because he's coffee and smoke. And he says, "Oh, every day I go up and I'm just going to get the words right. What are you doing?" And he would tell me the story about his good friend Batman and how he'd walk up the Papamā Hills to visit Batman at his cave for a beer. And he said he was quite young, so he didn't really realise it was a full leg pull. But the message really was that the hill and the what's now the regional park, Te Raeroa Papamā, is really special. Peter was an important colleague in getting that park to happen. I wish he was around to talk about Te Tumu, because he would have had a lot to say on it. And there's a lot of koro, Pirirako koro, who have strong feelings for Te Tumu. It's a really important bit of land. And I am conscious in the paper just a couple of days ago that you've kicked it down the road to 2040. I'm relieved at that in one way. But on the other hand, I think, well, progress still has to be made. And I've been banging on your door for years to say you need to do a spatial plan. You've got lobbyists, landowners there in your door, but actually there's a whole lot of empty space in terms of a decent design considering recreation. And I just hope over the next 6 months that you can at least engage somebody, perhaps independent of the people who have been there in the past. I do feel the process has been captured, and that, you know, this is an important placemaking site for Tauranga Moana long term, and I just want you all sort of on that case when it comes up. Talking through that a little bit, it's meant to get enough for 6,000 homes, 15,500 people. I'm not trying to stop that. It's a good idea development at Te Tumu. It's just that the design we've got needs work. It's a really important site, the Battle of Te Tumu, the storming of Te Tumu Pa, a very dramatic thriller. An old Maori told this 1935 about his eyes blazed and his muscles knotted, lean old hands clenched. It was the attack by 1,600 warriors, the full strength of the Raeroa against Te Tumu Pa, the Ngaiti-Rangi stronghold on the coast sandhills between Tauranga and Makatu. It'll be the 200th anniversary of that in 2036. It's not far away. And that was a really formative event for Tauranga. Better hurry along. I've said it's important. this is the plan at the moment, and it's rubbish. We need to take a bit off the end there. That will make maybe 5-6% difference in terms of your yield. It'll save you a whole lot of infrastructure. You won't have to build so far out the end. There's a lot of good reasons to do that. Why hasn't a spatial plan been done for a park? And the answer is because the process has been captured. It's not in the public realm because it's not public space, but it's a real important piece of land for Tauranga. So punchline, you need to add an independent somebody. You've got all the reports, the history, the ecology, the hazards, there's oodles of reports there, but I don't believe had somebody with fresh eyes look at it. And I know Bill and Shad are going to be around for a while. You have some influence. Please listen to the hapu, the iwi, and make sure we have something really special out there forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've pushed the infrastructure of that out of the 10-year plan, but the planning and any land purchases to make the development happen are still in the long-term plan. So don't think that's...
It'll still progress.
Still,
I'm sort of aware of that, hence my submission.
Yes. And we had the landowners submit last night.
Yeah, well,
and I know,
and I'm not anti the landowners. Like I say, I'm not anti the development. It's
You're
just
saying both.
It's just the plan as it stands is rubbish,
Right.
and it's rubbish because it's been captured by those very landowners, not the future residents of the city.
Fair enough. Any questions? Yeah, Bill? Planner, you said?
Richard, what's the nature, if any, of any engagement you may have had with the regional council, and if you have, what was the reaction, or where did that land?
I raise it occasionally with them. I'm more submitting to you because it's a structure plan issue at this stage. I think they need to come into the frame. Is that my job, or is that? I think without a structure plan, they're going to be a passive passenger in terms of what TCC kind of say they want to some extent. So I think the structure plan is the key for this park.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pat Ray from Bay of Plenty Rugby.
Kia ora te whānau. Thanks for having me. Really good to see you again. Madam Chairperson and fellow Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. It's my first time of speaking in such a forum, so the heart's racing just a tad. I'm probably not going to speak to my written submission because you've all had an opportunity to read and digest it. I was a little disappointed with the time frame that we were given to submit the submission, and I have expressed my frustrations in that as a paid employee of a incorporated society, I was privileged enough to be able to dedicate some time to put this proposal together. But the 5 clubs who are also heavily affected by these outdoor fees that are being proposed, I believe one of them has presented this morning, but I doubt very much whether or not you'll hear from the others, because those incorporated society clubs are all volunteers, and given the tight timeframes that they had to put this together, I doubt very much you'll hear from them. So my submission is on everybody's behalf, even though some of them have already addressed you. 2 things I really wanted to highlight in the tight timeframes and when you want to implement these is, like all incorporated societies and sporting organisations, all our planning is done and dusted for this year. Small minor costs pop up from time to time which our budgeting process can account for, but anything of this substantial nature will just tip everybody over the edge. None of us will be able to afford any of these in the short term, and we'll have to put in some serious thought and some strategy planning to come up with ideas of how we can generate the revenue to cover these costs without passing our costs on to our members. 64% of our participants are Mahere or Pacific Islander. our sport is, and we pride ourselves in being able to be one of the cheapest participation sports in the country. And I'm proud to say that we remain one of the cheapest to participate in because of the fact that our participants come from lower socioeconomic people, Decile 1 and Decile 2 schools. And when you have a look at the health outcomes of the people that our sport specifically targets, we can't have our people not participating in some form of physical activity because of the health outcomes that they're negatively affected by. You add another layer of barrier of cost for them to participate in what's already an easy sport to participate in because it's so cheap. And suddenly you've now got no participants, and the negative effect for those are easy to see. So I don't plan to take up my 5 minutes, so hopefully you won't have to tell me 1 minute to go. But, I love the work you're doing. It's been fantastic. As the person who has to build a stadium for 5 games at the Tauranga Domain, I'm really looking forward to not having to do that when you build me a real stadium, so I don't have to build one for you. But I don't like this idea. I don't like the fact that we're going to have to pass the cost on to our members, who are the ones in our communities that can least afford to pay. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Kate. Any questions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheree Luxton. Hi, Sheree. So, you've got 5 minutes.
The community stadium, I chose option 3. Tauranga's largest suburb, Papamoa, has a population of 40,000. Most are young families working hard to pay rent or rates. Owing to congestion, time on the road and fuel costs, it's so hard for most of us to get from Papamoa to Tauranga. In other condensed cities, buses have their place in our sprawling city, but here not so well. So if we try to get to Tauranga CBD, buses with at least one transfer take a lot of time. By car, parking is difficult, and most of us just can't afford the time and cost. A community stadium in the CBD would be expensive to our residents, who still have to pay for it through rates and rent, as well as having to budget to get there. Plans for a stadium appear to advantage CBD's largest property owners by getting the poor ratepayers to pay more rates, in the hope that the CBD will thrive and increase the value of these landowners' holdings. Do we need a central city green space that is difficult for suburban people to get to, but still paying for? Tauranga is surrounded by natural features like the beach, which at this point in time are free to use. I hope we don't lose that privilege. Already a popular track up the mount is closed for nebulous reasons. Many Papamoa people are disappointed with asphalt used for a cycleway along Papamoa Beach Road, ripping up beautiful grassy slopes in the process. I wish we had had a say on that. Please stop the lolly scramble in Tauranga. The city is quiet, even with an extravagant university in the middle of it. Maybe it too contributed to the city's demise. I am hopeful of a local election where council candidates feel confident to speak openly and honestly on their plans for a stadium, a museum and the like, and that citizens then get to democratically vote for those candidates they consider best represent themselves and the wider community. Please consider a plan. Please consider making your long-term plan a guide that a new council could work with once elected and not be bound by it. Fees and charges. It would be a shame to see sports clubs fail because of councils increasing fees and charges. However, if fees and charges are to increase across the board to every council-owned asset, then that would be a fair outcome. So everybody. Charge every user of libraries, art galleries, a museum, boat ramps and reserves. If we are to have a user pays system, make it fair, and then surely rates could then come down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sure, anyone have any questions? Thank you very much. Okay, Jenny Kirk.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here representing the Tauranga Volleyball Club, who has been in existence for 50 odd years. I'm here by myself because all our other members are busy playing and coaching, and I feel I need to explain why it's just me. But I also have a foot in the camp of the basketballers who are also here tonight. That's why we sort of join forces and try and make a difference with indoor sports. I know basketball's got 4,000 members, we've got 2,000 members, so we represent a large amount of the community. And the purpose of tonight is to advocate for more indoor court space. The recent catch-up with the news of the warehouse building purchase has been gratefully accepted. Big thing being that we end up with a venue perhaps right through. The prospect of a couple of years build was rather scary for all of us.
Everyone.
Yes, yeah. So that was a relief, thank you very much. Yeah, we cater for 4 different leagues across 6 different venues, and we do try and use school venues where we can, but they are a bit of a closed shop, so the indoor space that we will get at the warehouse is really just replacing what we've had, especially when the Mount Sports Centre disappears. So we wanted to advocate for continuing to plan for, we think, 5 more courts, or to get to a total that we've been promised, but Papamoa and the Western Corridor are certainly areas that we need to be able to put facilities in to cater for our growing membership. We've been lucky because we're historically had the venues and can cater for our sport. Part of our submission in partnership with the Phoenix Volleyball Club, which is a new club that was 4 years old, continue to struggle just to cater for new people because they can't get venues. So the frustration on starting new sports within the area, I wanted to highlight as well. Congratulations on implementing the long-awaited outdoor user pays equity. I know it's been a bit of a bumpy start, but certainly the indoor users appreciate some effort in trying to get some equity with the outdoor users. We would also like to advocate for a reduction in the youth fees, both indoor and outdoor. I mean, it's just so important that we get those kids off the streets doing something useful and keeping it affordable. What else was I going to talk about? I'm not a great orator. You may remember last time we employed someone to speak for us, which was a relief for us. It's a relief
Good
for
to
us.
hear it from you.
Yeah. So our main thrust was the continuation of indoor court space, and it's very hard to know what's going on because it's sort of behind closed doors with Bay Venues and the City Council. So if you can make us aware of anything that may be happening, that would be much appreciated.
In all honesty, I think there's discussions still happening about, with Bay Venues, but the immediate was to try and replace those courts whilst the QE2 was demolished, and so that's in place, and then we look to the future. But we're all well aware that we need to increase the amount of courts, indoor courts.
Right, that's good.
It's just a matter of how and when. I think we're settling more on Bay Park, an extension to Bay Park in the meantime, until the Western Corridor area becomes a bit clearer.
Right, that does make sense to have it.
The conversations will continue with you. That's as far as that's where our thinking is.
Right, that's good. Are there any questions you'd like to ask?
I think you made it very clear in your submission, and of course we've had those talks before, so
yes,
we really appreciate you coming in. Yeah. You can see we've got a bit of a bumpy ride. We haven't got it quite right, but yeah.
Not the easiest job, but let's hope the warehouse conversion goes smoothly, and we have asked to be involved with the floor plans and things so we get the layouts right. There's quite a lot of facilities around New Zealand where the layout hasn't been done to the best advantage, so we'd like to definitely be involved with that.
Make a note of that, yeah.
Yeah, that's why Bay Park's so good.
Because you're involved with design. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point to take away. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. All right, well, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
I look forward to our colleagues at basketball.
And we'll make sure that they keep you in the loop about the future.
Yes, they all know me at Bay Venues.
I'm sure they do. Thanks, Jenny. And that brings Mark up from City Basketball.
Obviously, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Unlike Jenny, I do have a few people with me from the basketball community. They're able to come mainly because of their situations in life. So we have Jenny and Jill. Would you like to stand up? So Jenny and Jill are both life members of our organisation.
Come to the table if you want.
You can come sit up here if you want. Come up, lad. And we have a couple of the other ladies from our walking basketball group. So. Yes, so they're twice a week using the facilities when we can get access to them, and that group continues to grow in numbers, so it's a great highlight for us in terms of the longevity of the sport and providing for the community. And in terms of our submission, I think Jenny stole all my thunder, so it's pretty much repeating what she said around facilities, around the consultation stuff, and a thank you to you guys for I suppose biting the bullet and looking for equity from users of facilities that council maintains and provides to the community. I did talk to my rugby colleague downstairs before, and he was saying that he's estimated about $36,000 in costs for them next year. Last year ours was over 100. So yeah, we appreciate that it's probably going to be a long, painful process trying to find what's equitable and best for the community, but we congratulate the commissioners on taking that step. And likewise, thank you. I've been doing these submissions now for over a decade, and it's great that we've now got a long-term plan that's actually looking to build new facilities and fill the gaps that have been there for quite a while. So thank you very much. Anything you want to add?
No, just that you can continue to play. I'm in the 80s and so are my friends in their 70s, so it is a sport that's developing within New Zealand anyway, but we're pioneers here, so...
So our numbers keep growing.
Yeah, I've got a squad of about 50,
So we had trials or a muster for our under-14s and under-12s on Sunday. So we had 100 boys turn up for the under-14s, and we can only cater for 60 just because we can't get facility space. So it's really frustrating for us that we've got all these kids that want those opportunities, but we can't fit them anywhere. So,
yeah, and we can do our best with some of those half courts to provide that sort of recreational, but BVL are constantly reminding us that they are really struggling with the numbers. But thank you for that, because we really recognise that there was just a huge deficit that it built up. And of course, we're struggling to find ways to pay for that.
Yeah, we appreciate it's not cheap either, so yeah, it's very challenging, so thank you very much.
Any questions?
No.
Well, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Nika, is that Nika? From the Blue Rovers.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when there's 1 minute to go.
Thanks. Kia ora koutou.
I'm Nika from the Blue Rovers. We're a non-profit community football club located around Greaton. Our two main parks are Moreland Fox Park, which we share with a dog club, and Pemberton Park, which we share with Greaton Cricket. We run programs all year round. We have around about 1,600 people involved in our programs through the year, primarily children with a smattering of youth, and then a limited number of adults and seniors. So thank you so much for allowing us to speak to our submission relating to sports fields and the charges that are being proposed to be introduced. So our community is really diverse, and we have players of all shapes and sizes and backgrounds. We consider that to be a real strength, and probably our guiding ethos is that everyone can play football at our club, and we offer a diversity of programs to try to meet the diversity that's in our community. We sweat over fees. So every year we sweat trying to get that balance right of paying for all of our costs as well as being affordable to our community. And that's something that we talk about a lot in our committee, and we get survey results in from our community, and we've got a number of other channels that we use to get feedback from the whānau in our area. The main thing for us is for football to be accessible, it needs to be local and it needs to be affordable. And we don't want geography to necessarily determine destiny. So because someone is born and grows up in our area, we want them to have absolutely all the same opportunities and chances as someone who comes from someplace else. We cannot offer football without fields. There's no getting around it. We need the fields, so any kind of charges on fields will have a significant impact on our club and our ability to deliver football. Our concern is that if the fees are increased to a level beyond what we're able to afford, that will impact the club and it will impact our members in the club who have the most challenges around accessibility. And if kids aren't involved in football or in sport in general, then they are also excluded from all the benefits that come from that, including health, well-being, social connections, and something that we're really strong on in our club is character building. We think you have to be a good person as well as a good player if you're going to be involved with the sport with our club. We are not opposed to a fee. We understand that when we book a field, that means that it is not as available to other members in our community. So we think the concept is good. It recognises what's happening. What we're really asking for is that the fee is balanced against the benefits to the community and affordability for what is a not-for-profit organisation which is already heavily reliant on volunteers, and grant funding for its existence is considered when those fees are set. Thank you. We also want to point out that football is the football funding model, right from New Zealand football all the way down, is a ground up model. So the targeting of adults, I can understand the reasoning behind it, but for clubs in our area, that still means that kids will pay. Even though fields might be, or charges might be meant to be applied to seniors only, clubs run on the fees from its junior members, so expenses that, even though they're targeted towards seniors, kids will pay them.
So we want to point that out, and we just want to say fees are okay. Can we keep them affordable so that we can keep kids playing sport, particularly kids from our area? So thank you.
Oh, thanks, Nika. Is Nika?
Yeah, Nika.
So would you rather, because I think the proposal was per hour, so would you rather it was just a straight fee when you book the field?
Yeah, so in our submission we said per hour per full-size field is fine, but we think to simplify it, if you applied it to juniors and seniors, that's fine, since juniors are paying for it anyway, and it also means that clubs can then be really upfront around their bookings. So a field that's booked for juniors will be used by juniors, and if that fee is reduced enough, then clubs won't have any issue with that.
Okay, all right, that's helpful, thank you.
Cool.
Anything else?
Just a question. So, good to hear a lot from all of the users of the clubs over the last 2 days, and one suggestion I think from tennis, from the governing body, looks after all the clubs around the city, was to help coordinate, I suppose, the clubs and maybe look at what might suit them. For football, is there an overarching kind of body that looks after clubs and, because everyone's come out with kind of different models for how it would suit them. So is there some overarching body that kind of looks after football that might provide some liaison amongst clubs that can look at something that might work for them?
We're affiliated to Waikato Bay of Plenty Football. Yeah, and their submission really looked at some of the more details around how this might impact clubs. But clubs are really left to our own devices. And a lot of that's because our aims and what we're trying to achieve in the communities that we serve aren't homogenous. Yeah, so the things that we're trying to do for the kids in our community isn't necessarily what clubs are trying to do in Papamoa or at City or Umukurua.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we've got Papamoa Sports Tennis Club, we've got Gerald User, and we've also got Papamoa Tennis Charitable Trust.
Yes.
Do you want to do them both together?
I would. That was indeed what I was going to ask.
Okay.
Is that if I could run them concurrently?
Sure. Well,
I even had a little way to demonstrate what I was going to do, that I'm representing one tennis organisation and a second tennis organisation. And I've prepared a verbal chat that I think won't take the entire 10 minutes, so it leaves time for questions.
Good.
So, and I've prepared these words. I'd love to do it off the cuff, but I'm representing a lot of people's interests, so I've got to get it right. And I might go a little bit off piste here and there, but that's okay. Okay, so first of all, thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. My name is Gerald Gregg, not Gerald User. That's just a form-filling error on my part. And I'm here to represent both the Papamoa Tennis Club and the Papamoa Tennis Charitable Trust. These are the two bodies that manage the lease, the TCC lease, for the Papamoa Tennis facility. My aim this evening is to convey the strategic vision shared by all of the Western Bay tennis community for the future of tennis in Papamoa, and I want to do that with enthusiasm and positivity. Whilst we have lodged a detailed written submission regarding the proposed changes, and I've sat listening to a lot of that, and I'm sure you have, I would like to focus during this time on outlining exciting plans for the future and to try and do my very best to enrol some TCC hearts and minds into what we're proposing. So a little bit of background. Around 15 years ago, we had a dedicated group of volunteers that had the foresight to build the tennis facility out at Papamoa in its current form. Their efforts were so far ahead of time that they laid the groundwork for what has become
now one of New Zealand's premier tennis parks. We would be in the top 5 facilities in New Zealand. Today we enjoy national recognition with Tennis New Zealand thanks to the quality and a number of the hard courts, the vibrant and the live wire club atmosphere that's out there, and an outstanding volunteer community. Of course, let's not forget the allure of the Papamoa beach vibe and the climate and just the sheer appeal of Tauranga City. We get players coming from far and wide and they love it. We are now reaping the rewards of those people from that time, and by hosting national events such as the Ames Games at that facility, and more recently the Eves Open World Tennis Tour events over the last 2 years, and that, I might add, has been with the support of Tauranga City Council and TECT, as well as principal sponsor Eves. Looking forward, we aspire to elevate our facility to a high performance centre of excellence for tennis, whilst welcoming players of all levels. We also believe that the facility should provide amenities for all the racket sports in the one area: tennis, pickleball, paddle, which is a new variety coming to the country, squash, badminton and table tennis. These are all variations of similarly based racket sports. And we certainly embrace the idea of bringing these communities together in one great facility. And let us acknowledge here that our mission is to provide opportunities for communities to connect. Our desire is for family and friends to share active time together, to provide opportunities for people to foster fitness, and that's both mental and physical, especially with tennis, and most of all to provide fun activities. We have a thing out at the club that we stand for family, friends, fitness and fun. We firmly believe that Tauranga is ideally situated to become the nationally recognised home of tennis. We have developed a lot of connection with Tennis New Zealand, and they're very favourable to those types of ideas. So, what's being proposed? Our proposal outlines the development of a comprehensive multi-purpose facility designed to cater to the diverse needs of the racket sports community in the Western Bay plenty. The plan includes coverage of 6 tennis courts and the construction of a versatile administration building. The covered courts would ensure protection against adverse weather, while the building will house tennis administration, equipment retail, hospitality including the meeting and conference spaces, indoor training, coaching and gym facilities, and areas for other racket sports such as squash, for which the Papamoa community currently has no courts or facility whatsoever. And I sat and watched Simon's presentation to you earlier on, and how excited they would be to have the additional courts here. With a couple of extra courts out there, that would aid their cause tremendously. Additionally, we aim to incorporate some compatible tenancies, physiotherapy or a cafe, that type of thing, in a multi-purpose building. These facilities obviously ensure financial sustainability and aligned with a modern sports centre standard, not only enhance our ability to maintain and operate the facility, but also to position it as a tennis centre of national significance. A well-executed plan can establish the premier tennis centre of excellence in New Zealand, complete with an academy that attracts promising players from around New Zealand and internationally. And I personally have had to decline training groups from both India and California in the last 12 months that want to come, but the facilities just aren't up to spec. So why does this need to happen? Presenting outdated and substandard facilities is no longer acceptable. Meeting the expectations of modern society, this high-quality facility will not only attract a higher number of events, but will also generate revenue for Tauranga City. And we've seen that with the Eves Open. We have people coming from far and wide for that tournament. Drawing inspiration from the success stories at the Bay Oval, the Adams High Performance Centre, and the new build at the Papamoa Surf Lifesaving Club, we strongly believe that a similar outcome can be achieved at Papamoa Tennis, positioning Tauranga as the epicentre for tennis in New Zealand. Additionally, by having it based out at Papamoa, it relieves stress and congestion elsewhere within Tauranga, particularly down here. What would be the outcome of such a facility? The facility we have in mind will trigger interest in tennis at both a competitive and community sport level. By having access to a high performance centre, our local elite junior talent development program will be it would accelerate measurably. Local coaches will benefit from having access to such a facility. We can attract domestic and international training camps, and we have New Zealand coaches working in both Florida and California that can bring groups here in December, January, February when it's their off season. Tournaments held at the centre would no longer be at the mercy of the weather, which we've scrambled for the last 2 years with Ames Games and had our fingers and toes crossed for the Eves Open when they've been here the last 2 Decembers. Local interclub and league competitions can seamlessly proceed year-round, and the indoor playing area under covered courts presents opportunities for sports such as table tennis, badminton, pickleball, and potentially space for other things like concerts or charity auctions, that kind of thing. How does this project align with the Tennis New Zealand and Sport New Zealand strategic plans? The project has enthusiastic support from Tennis New Zealand, evidence in events like Eve Open coming here. And this is not in here, but I personally believe that if we did it well enough, we could attract the national body to operate out of the city. With a best-in-class all-weather facility, we aim to attract junior ITF events annually, which are currently held in Auckland, Waikato, Wellington and Christchurch. We would be able to get one of those here each year, each September, and build around the Ames Games and run a junior festival of tennis through September. I've had chats with Tech. They are keen if we can pull it off. Yeah, is that? Yeah, okay. So in conclusion, what we're asking for today is to support the strategic vision. We're asking for the top table to give us permission, or to, I guess, give us enthusiasm to go to the Spaces and Places team with Ross and Jenna, and we've worked with Chelsea a lot. Today I've received some draft concept ideas from venture developments, and I really would like, with our tennis, Western Bay tennis colleagues, to go to those folks and have it included within the long-term planning as a planning part of the plan. Do we have any questions?
You delivered it with enthusiasm.
I am an enthusiastic person.
Any questions? Oh, hang on. Any questions?
So you're seeking support to start the planning process around getting concepts, and so in terms of feasibility.
Correct. That's the point where we're at right now. I mean, I can present an artist concept, but we need to move to to that feasibility phase. So that's what we need to talk with the Spaces and Places team, and we need enthusiasm from this group to help us with that. We're not at that point yet.
It's easy to have enthusiasm, but we've got to think of it.
Oh, I understand that. Yeah.
But it sounds like a great opportunity.
Anyone I've spoken to about this concept can see it straight away.
Yeah.
You know, that the opportunity is there for Tauranga to really be the hub for racket sports in New Zealand.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, we heard the squash guys talking the same.
That's right. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, Barbara West. Barbara? Yeah. So 5 minutes, Barbara, and I'll give you a heads up when you've got a minute left.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. My name is Barbara West. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My submission is for the Otamotai Railway Community Gardens, of which I'm currently Treasurer. I'll be making 3 key points in support of my submission, and I welcome questions. The gardens are at the Levers Road end of Otomotai Road, right beside the railway line. My issue today concerns projected potential rent increases for the area we use. So point number 1, income and expenditure. In my written submission, I covered off the very recent rent increase of 30%, the 100% increase to the value of public indemnity insurance, plus being made responsible to pay insurance for a building we do not own. These are significant cost increases to an organisation whose only ability to pay them is provided from $20 per month per garden. The gardens are not a commercial enterprise. We have 30 gardens available for rent to members of the community and a number of other gardens that we plant up for the community at large to take produce from. Our rentable gardens are never fully tenanted for a number of reasons, particularly gardeners leaving the area and gardeners losing heart at having their produce stolen from their gardens, which is a regular occurrence. We have ongoing costs in seeds, potting mix, lawnmower petrol, tool maintenance, machinery maintenance, insurance, water rates and rent. From time to time, we also have major structural work that must be done, replacing timbers around the gardens, border gardens, fences, compost bins, gazebo entrance, those sorts of things. We have managed this from garden rental income and a volunteer workforce. This is always a significant outlay of money. Point number 2, beautification and well-being. Our gardeners are of all abilities, ages, nationalities, cultures and wallet sizes. Most simply don't have the space where they live to grow food. For many, their garden is their happy place and benefits their mental well-being as well as providing physical nourishment. Many of the gardeners also volunteer their time and their seeds to plant up those additional gardens for the wider community. At times, the gardens look spectacular, so good that we've taken part in the Garden and Art Festival on more than one occasion and had planned to do so again this year. Being a place of nature, they also go through their more scruffy parts of the yearly cycle, but with regular working bees, this is remedied. This beautiful attraction, run by volunteers, is provided free of charge to the city. Anyone can rent a garden and grow flowers and vegetables. All are welcome, local, national, international, to wander through and enjoy the gardens and bird life. Many come to look at the gardens for inspiration for their own backyard, and children come for the visceral thrill of trains coming through so close by. Our rules are, do not take from the numbered gardens, and dogs must be on a leash. Point number 3, potential rent increase. Council contribution to the appearance, maintenance and ongoing viability of the community gardens is in the form of water reticulation. We do not cost the council anything other than water reticulation and servicing. We mow our own lawns and we kill our own rats. As the broadest of brushstrokes was used regarding rent increases, this would result in an additional 1,000% rent increase. That is in excess of $9,000 per annum. This is not just prohibitive, but impossible for the gardens to meet. Whilst council costs may have risen, I'm sure they have, how do these specifically relate to the community gardens operations? And how has the service the gardens provide to the community, including cost savings for the council, been taken into account? I ask that fairness be applied in this instance to an attractive and beneficial feature, maintained free of charge to the city, and that our rent remain as it currently is. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thanks very much, Barbara. Is your water metered?
Yes, we pay water
You
rates.
pay water
Yeah.
rates. Okay. Any questions for that?
Thanks, Barbara. Just in terms of your society membership, and you've mentioned there's about 30 gardens for rent or lease.
Yeah.
But what's the membership of the society itself?
So the membership of the society are the gardeners.
Okay.
And so some gardeners have 2 gardens, some have 1.5. So we have approximately 20 to 22 gardeners.
Okay.
But we don't have those all the time. People come and go.
Okay.
Yeah. So
No.
we can never quite, have a maximum income per month.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Thanks very much. Harry Clarkson.
Good evening.
So you've got 5 minutes. You've been here.
Yeah.
I'll give you a heads up when there's one left.
All right. Thank you. Well, I'm personally involved, as you all guys all read my notes and so forth. Just wondering, have you got any questions before I start?
No. You just, yeah.
Okay, I'll just do a bit of an elaboration on the points that I covered. And first of all, I'd just like to inform you that today, for example, I started at 7 o'clock, finished at 3:30, had an athletics day, put all the equipment out for the kids. Kids had their wonderful day, finished. I'll do the same tomorrow, I'll do the same on Thursday, and then I'll be going to the Nationals on Friday. So, busy time in athletics. I'm basically really disappointed regarding the business case being included in the long-term plan, in that we have not received a final plan. It's just all preliminary at the moment. There's no geotechnical have come forward, anything in the light of the concept, which I believe is flawed, that there's not enough space there, there's no parking and so forth. A trust was meant to be formed for bringing the finances and bits and pieces together. We have no indication that this has been done, and I think that would need to be done before we could go any steps further. The commissioners yourself state that it's early days of getting this thing underway, but there's no decision, no communication as to where we're going forward. It's just stopped in a set place. So we need to have it active before we can do anything else. And my point regarding active recreation reserve, I would question what the new community stadium, what extra active recreation is going to be created by putting the stadium there. You're taking away athletics, you're taking away croquet, you're taking away bowls. What extra activity are you adding? And there seems to be very little, if any. The domain was an active reserve and protected as green space. We, as a club, etc., were unable to put any buildings on that place, being it reserved for green activity, and you can go down there any day and see what sort of activity the community use that facility for. I'll go on to relocation, and the prospect from the council is that athletics move to Bay Park. Now, plans have been drawn up by consultants, and we were asked to provide some advice as to what was needed, etc. The consultants have completely ignored our information that we gave them. They cannot and will not give us measurements of what the new facility will be. Yeah, and also it won't fit with netball being there. The further one that I'll just add in is that it was being stated that the track has got a useful life through to 2029. That isn't only in respect of the surface of the track, and it can be relayed at a reasonable cost. Do you actually demolish a house when the carpet needs replacing? it's the same scenario. And we've been promised like for like. We haven't got that at this stage, so we really need to have a look at the whole thing before we can actually proceed on a long-term plan. Has anybody got any questions?
So the only thing I can say to you, Mahere, is, look, thank you very much. We're out consulting, so we went out with the long-term plan, and there were 4 options put in front of people. Did they want a staged implementation, as we're proposing, at the time when the track has to be replaced? Do they want a service? That's right, but that's a choice that the council at the time will have to make. So that was one option. Another option was a single stage construction within the long-term plan, the 10 years, or a single stage construction with a deferred start date, or not to include a stadium at all. And people have chosen various ones of those. So that's part of the consultation process. So of course, some of those finer designs haven't been finalised because we're consulting with the community on what it is that they want.
But the other part is relocating the existing.
Well, that's right. But if the decision is not to proceed at all, why would you go through all of that? So we're out here consulting with the community.
You've been through part of it.
Well, so we're out consulting with the community, and then we will make a decision on whether to include anything in the long-term plan or nothing in the long-term plan. We haven't made that decision yet.
Fine.
Okay? So,
thank you.
So all of that detail, if there's a decision to include it in the long-term plan, a lot of that detail would then start to be developed, depending on when it's done, whether it's done included as a single stage, build it all at once, or as a staged process over maybe 10
Any
10
other
years.
questions from?
All right.
We'll see.
So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Bruce Inglis.
Just had to change the seats.
Oh. That's all right. What I should have said was Mount Green Sports.
Yes. I'm Sue Roberts from Mount Green Sports. I'm the treasurer, and Bruce is away. So, yeah, I'm just going to read to this fine. Mount Green Sports runs the outdoor here at 45 Kawaka Street. As you can see by looking outside, we have well-groomed bowls, croquet and petanque that provide competitive and recreational sports services for all ages. There's out the window, yep. A short background of Mount Green Sports. Formation was initiated by the Tauranga City Council, who wanted to provide a multi-sport convention centre for the Mount Maunganui community to enjoy for both personal and business needs. To this end, Tauranga City Council actively courted suitable sporting codes together with a Cosmopolitan Club to vacate their sites and to relocate, forming the new inclusive relationship of Club Mount Maunganui, Bowls Mount Maunganui, Croquet Mount Maunganui, and recently Tauranga Petanque Club. Petanque Club at the new Kawaka Street venue. Sorry, I messed up. Along with the Mount Maunganui community, we all fully acknowledge that the Tauranga City Council vision for the complex has been successful and valuable resource. To enable this merger to the Mount Green Sports contributed $1.8 million to the Club Mount Maunganui venue. Since moving to these facilities, all clubs have held national events, and Croquet have also hosted 5 international competitions. Holding these events brings in the tourist dollar into the community on average of $325 per day per person. The international events that Croquet have held have been very successful and is sought after facilities for future events. Bowls has 2 organised club days and runs tournaments for RSA New Zealand chartered clubs, Bowls, Bay of Plenty, Bowls New Zealand, Para Bowls, interclub and club competitions. Bowls also has a successful community-focused twilight, runs from October to March and involves 140 players of all ages and genders. Business House Bowls is another successful program that is run from September to March on an annual basis. Bowls is also open 7 days a week, all year round, for those who want to give bowls a go and for corporate events. Croquet has 6 playing days a week, being 312 days per year. They also give up club days to hold competitions for local, Bay of Plenty, national and international. Corporate events are also held in the summer months to encourage community activities. Patonk have 3 club days and host Bay of Plenty and national events. If this proposed lease increase of $6.05 per square metre will potentially see our annual cost balloon out to around $135,000 from the current $1,200, all figures GST exclusive. Okay. Bowls members, there's membership of 171, Croquet 86 and Patonk 35. The subscription would end up being $550 per person just to cover the rent. To date, all of the operating costs, lawn and building maintenance, has been funded by subscriptions and grants. While we acknowledge that the rental increase is due, the proposed increase is over 11,000%, is outrageous and unsustainable. As green spaces and reserves are becoming less available, this is a critical part of the community to encourage well-being, social activity, and every effort should be made to help build healthy and vibrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Thank you, very clear, yeah.
Thank you.
And a great facility.
Yes, it is. We'd like to be able to stay.
Yes, for sure. Okay, Neil Pollitt. Hi Neil, so you've been here a while, you've got 5 minutes, I'll let you know when you've got 1 left.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm here today representing a group called Save Marine Park, which is made up of several hundred Tauranga residents who are strongly opposed to the council's reclassification of Marine Park at Sulphur Point. These residents are concerned not only about that single issue, but also about many other changes proposed under the LTP. I'm also speaking today on behalf of over 1,500 local residents who want their views known on this LTP process that didn't make a submission. When the LTP consultation was pitched to be concluded the week before Christmas last year, it seemed very odd at the time to be asking people to stop what they were doing and weigh in on so many important conversations. My written submission spoke to this point and said that we would be surveying our supporters at a time when they were better able to consider the key issues relating to the LTP process and the key areas of expenditure. It is our sincere hope that commissioners would carefully listen to their response. We've worked with several other community organisations to get direct feedback from their supporters. Their Total survey responses received over the last 2 weeks have exceeded 1,500 individuals who reside in Tauranga, and it seems this total may even exceed the 1,700 official submissions given to Council. Here is a brief summary of the 10 questions that were put online for their response. These results have also been put into a press release which was issued by one of the other organisations today to local media. Question 1, democracy. With regards to the elections set for July 2024, we asked the respondents, do you want a new mayor and 9 councillors to make all key decisions moving forward? 92% of all respondents, that's over 1,500 people, said yes, they would rather that happened, and just 8% said no, i.e. wanting commissioners to lock in decisions on the LTP before they left. Question 2 was relating to the long-term plan. It's been estimated that rates rises will increase by 156% over the next decade compared to 51% in the consultation document, and that debt will triple to $3 billion. We asked, should the LTP be subject to new consultation? 92% of respondents said yes, and just 8% said no. Debts was the third question. Tauranga is already one of the most indebted councils in New Zealand. It's estimated that each ratepayer will have a approximately $43,000 share of debt by 2034. Respondents were asked if they wanted council to cut back on projects and keep this debt down. 95% said yes and 5% said no of the 1,500 plus respondents. City Centre. The Civic Centre and waterfront projects are projected to cost over $400 million, with annual operating costs just for the Civic Centre being about $425 per ratepayer annually. Asked, do you support the Civic Centre development? Just 6% said yes. 41% wanted a cheaper option and 53% did not support it at all. Fifth question related to transport, which is a key local issue. And we asked, do you support the proposed smart trip road pricing scheme? Just 10% said yes and 90% said no. Funding growth. TCC is due to reach its debt limit by the end of this decade, and proposed IFF debt will extend the effective debt ceiling, which is concerning many. Asked if rates should be funding high growth agendas this way, 4% said no, and 96% thought that government developers and or new residents should shoulder the burden for new growth infrastructure. Thank you. Domain Stadium. Do you support the current plan with club users being relocated? Just 5% said yes, 12% just stage 1, and 83% did not support the redevelopment at all. Council fees and user charges. 86% of respondents did not support these new charges, so 14% did support them. Public swimming pools. We asked if they support the closure of the Otamoto pool and the $123 million proposed upgrade of the Memorial Pool. 15% said yes and 85% said no. Lastly, Marine Park, Sulphur Point. People are still demanding more transparency from TCC and an open public discussion before this land is lost for good. 94% of respondents want the current plans to be put on hold until a new council can properly consider and consult on it. Just 6% supported what the council is doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, and we have Pam from the Watermoto Railway Gardens Society.
Kia ora koutou, my name is Pam Heaton. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am the current chairperson at the Otamoto Railway Gardens Society, occupying the Otamoto Railway Reserve. And I've been involved down at the gardens for around 11 years in various roles. So further to my written submission, in which I highlighted the concerns of our garden members and just of my own concerns around the proposed increase to our lease fees, I'd actually like to tonight point out how I believe we're actually meeting the outcomes of the council policy that I have here, which is the use of council land policy. and how I believe we should be supported to continue meeting these outcomes. So a couple of the outcomes I think of particular significance to us at the Gardens is vibrancy, inclusivity and diversity. We have a range of people coming to garden with us, including those from Idea Services, which is for intellectually disabled people, Medicine House, which is for a mental health support facility. We also have had numerous school groups from early childhood right through to college visiting us and participating in the gardening. And we've also been a part of the annual Garden and Arts Festival, and so we're a part of adding that vibrancy to our community and the wider Tauranga area. And also another outcome is health and well-being. So as many of us know, getting into the garden, being in a green space is so good for our well-being holistically, so mentally, emotionally, physically, and just that connection that it provides for people coming together to garden. And I just wanted to point out this idea around partnership. So one of the approaches to managing council land is partnering with the users of the land, and so this involves, it's a partnership, so we are working with you as well, and I believe over the years that we've worked with integrity to care for the land, to maintain it, and so we ask you to partner with us, and the main way that you can support us going forward is to keep our lease fees at the same level that they are, because the increases mean that we can't continue. And it's just honouring members past and present who have put so much into setting up these gardens and who continue to do so. So as I've mentioned, the proposed fee increases are prohibitive rather than supportive, and we simply cannot afford them. So I ask you to consider that and support us in keeping our haven in the city sustainable and to keep it going. So I thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Pam. Don't run away. Don't run away. So I'm a gardener. It keeps me sane. I certainly understand mental health. But I just wanted to ask, before I made a note, and I was just looking for the submission, the earlier submission, which said you'd been asked to pay insurance on a building that you don't own, public liability insurance on a building that you don't own. And I'm sorry, I meant to ask that before.
Well, it's a recent development, so initially...
Is that on your shed?
Yeah, we've got this shed and no one seems to know where it kind of came from.
Right.
And so it had just been in no man's land. Until recently I'd been speaking with Sarah Edwards from the council who, because we had a new lease, the terms were coming up for renewal.
Yeah.
And she's mentioned about the shed and that council would not insure it because of the, I believe it was the, Barb might be able to help me.
Public liability? Sorry, it was in your submission, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was it in your one or mine?
Or it was in my,
It was in your submission, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't own the building, but it was, our lease took 12 months longer than it should have to come out to us this time because it was back and forth to council legal. So we figured some changes were being made, and one of those changes was that we, under our lease agreement, would have to pay insurance for that building. It is just a shed, there's no electricity, it's a shed on a concrete pad. No one seems to own, we don't own it, and yet, it's one of the terms if we take up this lease that we pay insurance for it. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, sorry, I meant to ask you. I wrote it down, but I didn't ask, and I thought
Which we
we
do
had a bit more
if
time.
it's
I'd
legal.
ask. Yeah. And seeing at the end, I thought I had a bit more time. So we'll have a look at that, because that doesn't make sense, does it?
No.
Especially if you don't own the building.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's not a building, I mean, it's just a shed.
I thought it was a
isn't
historic.
Yeah, okay.
Had a
All
history,
right.
but maybe not.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I have visited as part of the Art and Garden Festival, and because I'm renting in Mahere now, so I drove past.
Yeah.
look down every time.
Yeah.
You do a great job down there.
Yeah, thank you. We enjoy it and hope to continue.
Had a good tomato season?
Did
Yeah.
you? Yeah.
Me too.
I grew some at home this year. It went well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, colleagues, that is the end of today's hearing. So I adjourn the meeting until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at Huria Marae.